happy I'm seeing young people sitting, and having discussions in TV stations. It's not the Generation X or other people talking for the Gen Zs. It's the young people themselves. And for me, that is already a leadership. You can't just come to a TV station and start talking if you don't have some qualities of leadership. So, in this vacuum, others will jump in and take the space. So I just want to share my experience, and I'll end with that. For me, when I went back home, I was only 22 years old. Nobody gave me the chance to sit at the table at that time. Today, I sit at the table with the elders, I sit at the table with the political leadership, and we've managed to recall MCAs and send them home through community conversation, awakening people up and showing them the money that is coming to the county. They don't know about millions and billions. They know their cows. So translating that into number of cows, if you don't take care of your cows, other people will eat, other people will steal, and that is how you awaken a generation that is asleep. That is our parents and our grandparents. And it's doable. It takes time, but it takes time. So we need to have bare minimums. We need to have a short term plan. We need to have a medium term plan. We need to have a long term plan. What are the things, the easy picks, things that we can pick easily that are so close? For instance, the IEBC. Ruto has already signed the bill into an act. This one, we can jump on it right now and demand at least the Gen Zs to get 2 commissioners. And I mean two, one female, one male. It's doable, it's possible. The second thing now, already the selection and the nomination for the lobbying has already started for the cabinet secretaries. Can we jump on and also demand for 4 positions to be given to the Gen Zs? And you can't say we are leaderless, so who is going to occupy that space? You want change? You have to be the change yourself. It cannot be a talk show all along, carry posters, walk around, and then go back home and sleep. Wait for another Tuesday and then come to the streets. It cannot work like this. A movement needs leadership. The time is now. It's like yesterday. We're actually too late. Thank you so much, Kibe.
Kibe, can I ask a question to Fatuma?
The bongen is bongen. Sorry.
Kibe, can I ask a question to Fatuma kabla drop?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so Fatuma, the whole point on your mongelea, you are correct 100%. My question comes in whereby yes, they have called for dialogue, and the opposition side wameamua waenda waongee, and this is a history that has happened before. So in as much as they are going to sit around the table to talk, how sure are we that this time it will be not still be the same as their personal interest? We are not seeing any fruits from that conversation they are having. And if yes, they are having that conversation, will there be a platform whereby people will be viewing whatever it is they're discussing, like unaona kama kwa NTV ama kama kwa vile kwa parliament, kila mtu anatoa point yake, so will there be a platform whereby watu watakuwa wanaona everything they're discussing in that table, like everything they're discussing in that table? Will there be that kind of platform? And then another question, what if it happens that if the president is making choosing another cabinet secretaries, what if it happens that kuna watu hapo kwa Azimio pia wanapewa hizo maseats, and the same people, the politician, the same people who have sat with the president, the same people enye hatutaki hiyo, the same people. So what if watu wa Azimio kuna watu fulani wanapewa hizo seats? So how that is my question.
Thanks, Sharon. I think I hear you loud and clear. You have a lot of fears. You have fears, which I understand where you're coming from. Azimio got into this discussion because there was a vacuum in leadership. Ruto came into the spaces and he was talking to the Gen Zs. Before that, the Railas and Kalonzos were not at the table. We were given a seat at the table. We didn't occupy that seat. So Raila is now sitting on the seat. Kalonzo is sitting by his side. And what they're negotiating for is definitely recycling the old politicians. And this is their business. This is what they do best. Raila has literally protested and he has got a handshake or a partnership or something with Moi with Kibaki, with Uhuru, and now with Ruto. So for the Gen Zs, I think you need to occupy the seat which has been made available. You cannot be faceless, nameless, whatever less, tribeless, partyless, and leaderless. For me, the leadership is really key. We cannot afford to have a vacuum, and the time is now. If you don't take the seat now, someone else will occupy. Already, someone else has occupied. We literally have to push Raila out and Kalonzo out for us to be able to get the seat back. And if you're not careful, this train will take off. Once it has taken off, you cannot jump on it. It will be gone, and it's already gone. To your second question, how sure are we that in terms of cabinet secretaries, what was your question again? Sorry.
My second question was, will there be a platform whereby people will be seeing whatever it is that discussing on that table? And then my third question was, what if it happens to the people of the opposition side being chosen as the current CS?
Yes, yes. Okay, I get you now. So, in terms of the discussion that is happening at the table, it can be done on camera, and that will be possible for us to see what is going on, but not everything can be done on camera. So, some things will be done in camera, and there are discussions that will happen in closed doors because not everything in government ni sirikali, so very secretive. So some things will be done in closed doors, and camera will not be allowed in. But there are other discussions which can happen in open place, and that way then we will be able to see what is going on. In terms of to your third question, in terms of opposition taking over the slots that are available for cabinet secretary, that is bound to happen, Sharon. For me, it has already happened. The fact that Ruto was standing with Raila and Kalonzo and the rest of the politicians, it has already happened. Remember, Ruto said from the very beginning very clearly, there will be no Nusumukate, there will be no handshake. But the Gen Zs have fought for this space, but they refuse to occupy the seat. And when it is vacant, someone else takes it, as I said earlier. And Raila has literally jumped on it. Now, today morning, he's talking of releasing Jeshi La Baba. What does it mean? Jeshi La Baba has always been violent, as we know it. Things are broken, things are burned. Kibera is on fire, literally, when we talk about Jeshi La Baba. I'm 46 years old. I've been here long enough to know what will happen. For the Gen Zs, you want everything to be done in short term. No, you need to have a short term plan, you need to have a medium term plan, you need to have a long term plan. And for me, a short term plan is 0 to 3 months. Medium term will be 3 to 6 months, and the long term will be 6 to 12 months. Let's work with 1 year plan in a structured way, negotiate all the way from the county level to the national level.
Nikubalisha, please, just allow me to Fatma, allow me to interject, please, with all due respect.
Sawa Mbugua, go ahead.
I know this is Kibe's space, and he's somewhere, I don't know, making coffee or something, doing whatever he's doing. Look, I said, let me rekindle your memory about something I said a while back. 2027, 2027, 2007, it took them, they burned the midnight oil just to create the prime minister's position. So when you tell us about its midterm and short-term and short-term, midterm and long-term goals, you're beginning to hallucinate and feeding us with a whole lot of bullshit. Okay, the other day, it took them just a phone call to be told, hey, these guys are saying that military should not be allowed in the streets. So come, allow the military, pass whatever it is. And it happened. And military were on the streets up to now. So when you're talking like that, honestly, please explain to us about what you mean by meet those whatever you're talking about, the mid times and against vis-a-vis the mass action that we are demanding. Are we the ones who should be at the mercy seat, or rather kneeling down and begging, or are we the employees of those people?
Mbogwa, can I answer you? Can I answer you,
Please.
Mbogwa? Now, I
Sure.
love that you, Fatma, just let me, then I will talk 2 points, then you go. I love that your train of thought, Fatma. You see, 2007, Raila fronted for that decision you've made for us to pick the prime minister. Remember, when Raila was doing the maandamano in the street, he was also sitting on the table negotiating. That's the reason we had the Kofi Annan and everything. So we did not have a prime minister post.
Thank you.
We did not have a prime minister post, but he had a two-prong. It's called a two-prong attack or a two-prong strategy. Okay? You have your people, you have your battalion on the ground, because the government of the day has its battalion in the offices. The government of the day has its people, the armed forces, the GSU, the Kenya Police, okay, who are giving a counter to your maandamano. But as all that is happening in the street, that form of agitation and speaking out your voice is happening, some people somewhere are behind closed doors trying to craft a way to have this end and a new chapter begins. And let me tell you something, Mr. Mbogwa. Every change you see in a constitution or in the governance structure of a country is achieved that way, through agitation, which can be non-violent or violent, and at the same time on the negotiating table. So currently what we have as the Gen Z movement, we only have a one-prong attack. We are only in the street. So we are missing what really changes governance.
Wrong, bro, because already the likes of, we have senior councils, we have the Gen X who are doing stuff.
No. Mbogwa. LSK is agitating for its own space, but they don't be full to me.
No. I didn't mention LSK.
Who?
Have you seen what others are doing? I don't want to mention the names. Have you seen what they're doing?
Kindly, Mbogwa, if you don't, okay, if you don't mention the name, give them a name. Give them the name Y. What is Y doing? Tell us.
All right.
Huh?
Have you seen what is happening? The other day, the president, the president made a reference about ambia wale wako huko wale when he was in Ngong, commissioning the power station. That those who are in diaspora doing whatever they are doing, and tell them tutapatana, kila mtu ataonyesha track record yake. You remember that?
I remember that, Mbogwa. And what was he referring to?
Who was he speaking in reference to? Tell me.
Now, I want you to look at the president's... let me tell you.
Please.
I am. Okay, Mbogwa. I want you to look at the chronology of the presidential speeches. He started by saying, first there was a story to Uhuru Kenyatta. Then it came to Uhuru Kenyatta and Rigathi Gachagua. Then Ford Foundation and some NGOs. Okay? It shows you he's getting information and is removing.
Bro, not that particular day. I'm talking. I'm making reference to
when
that
he said
particular day. What who was he referring to? Please. That's where I'm narrowing down my.
Good.
No. Hold up, gentlemen. Mbogwa, you're disruptive. Mbogwa, you're disruptive. You're not making for good conversation. This doesn't sound good at all. Sounds like we're in a fucking market here. So Mbogwa, I don't think you should be here. You're wasting our time with this nonsense. Siwezi kuwa najirudia hivi mara moja hivi. Nasikia nikao you're going to drive me crazy, Mbogwa. So as much as I want you here, okay, I don't want you here. Take your disruptive self out of here quickly so that we can move on. We can't have this too much back and forth. Okay. Who else are we doing here?
Tony, I mean...
Anthony, just finish that thought, then we can bring in Lekishon.
It's time we look at history. Sisi wa kwanza kuandamana. Hata Kenya hii. Martin Shikuku did it when he was in his 20s. We need a two-prong attack. And this is what I think even Kipe has been saying. You see the way we are saying that Kalonzo is seated out. My fellow guys, 800 of us in this space. You think Kalonzo, Raila walked into a compound and those men in black were up in trees hiding? Come on, guys. We are not that stupid. What they are doing is strategic. So Raila comes in to show that they are not one with Kalonzo after, okay, how many in black walijuaje Kalonzo wameanza kuongea? So that they come draw some few chairs up and show that, my friend, all this you're seeing is what we call drama festivals 101. Ni kupangwa tunapangwa. So that Kalonzo now will come in. You know, they can't all go in government as one. So Raila will go in, Kalonzo and Eugene Wamalwa will be left with the confused Gen Zs and millennials in the street as they observe that space. Okay? As they get that data. Then very soon Kalonzo will fold and say, I have come to my senses, the religious leaders have spoken to me, now I am all for negotiation. Can we wake up, like Kibe is saying? You think, let me tell you, no president, see Ruto wa kwanza kufuta ministers wote. Every president in this country has done that. But no president has fired his entire cabinet with the attorney general. We simply handed Ruto the key he was crying for. He was beholden to these people. He wanted a cabinet and a government that is fully his, beholden to no one but him, loyal to him. So sisi tumeingia street, tumefagilia Ruto. Ruto wakes up and says, can you clear all the ministers and the attorney general? And you think Ruto did not sit and say, on the same breath, I want to reduce all salaries because we pay 1.1 billion shillings in salaries. He's picking his fights like Fatuma is saying. Low-lying fruits. It's only us in the street who don't know how to pick our low-lying fruits. Can we wake up, my guys? Can we think outside the box? Can we do what Fatma is saying? Can we have short-term plans, medium and long-term? We cannot win a war all at once. We cannot overhaul this government at once. We need to sit down with this man and tell him, this is our short term. Because Ruto is interested in 2 terms. That guy is on record. You know, he's interested in 2 terms. So can we take advantage of the vacuum also? We work in that system. Between us and ODM, one of us will form the next government and we go forward. Lakini hii tunanyoroshwa hapa, tunapangwa na drama za Men in Black. Fatuma, jeshi ya baba hakuna kitu inafanya. Kama angekuwa ananiunleash angeunleash jana usiku, si leo asubuhi. Ache kututisha hata yeye. Nitaunleash jeshi ya baba. Does he need our permission? Is he asking for our permission? Sawa. If Baba is on this space, unleash. You know, they are playing with our minds, man. Unajua nitakuchapa. That is what Baba is telling us. Come on, let's wake up. Let's think. Let's think in the line of what Akina Fatma are saying. We need to start winning. Otherwise, tutaandamana mpaka lini? Kiba is trying. By the way, tunachezewa. If you look at this thing closely, tunachezewa. And I'll finish by saying, when they want taxes, they compare us to Singapore. Like that lady, what she said. But when it is time to review something major, we are compared to Sudan. Come on. I think I can yield. Fatima, you can talk.
Asante, I think I just wanted to respond to Mbogo but ameenda, and thank you Anthony for emphasizing the fact that we need tushapangwa, tusiongoje kupangwa tena, tushapangwa tayari. And if you're not careful,
kama bit kwa karatasi,
seriously, na watu washatutupa chini kama tissue, tushatumika na tumetupwa chini. It's high time we collected ourselves together and made something out of the uchafu which has been thrown on the side. Ruto was under siege, literally from his cabinet. You can't fire the AG plus the entire cabinet. This guy wanted to change these people, but they are the people who stood with him throughout the election. So, he didn't have a chance. Now the Gen Zs demanded, and it made his work easier. If he wanted, he had an opportunity to retain some. He didn't retain anybody, so alikuwa amechoka na wote washatoka. So my question to the Gen Zs is, what do we exactly want? Do we want to occupy that seat? If the answer is yes, then we have to be in the corridors of power negotiating like yesterday. This cabinet is going to be appointed. na tutakuwa nje. Akina baba ndio watakuwa ndani na akina Kalonzo. If you don't want that to happen, then the time is now. If you don't have plans, you have planned to fail. And I will repeat this again and again. It took me 21 years to build an organization. Today, that organization is an international organization. We are registered even in Ethiopia as an NGO. But I started small. I started from a group, a youth group. You know, this is in 1996. And then we went to a CBO, a community-based organization. From there, we went to an NGO, a local NGO. Today, we are an international organization. You need to go one step at a time. And at times, you need to go backwards to be able to retrieve yourself. And it's okay to fail. It's okay. We have been on the streets. Have we achieved anything? My answer is, oh, hell yes. We have achieved so much. But will we continue achieving the same? No, the answer is no, because we need to push from the different fronts. As you said, we need a two-front approach. I sit in a committee called Kenya Panel of Eminent Persons. I was asking them, like, what is the purpose? We had this team during the elections. The Gen Zs now need somebody to hold their hand and guide them. We need to jump into this space. We need to have an intergenerational conversation. I won't call it a dialogue. You know, that conversation that you have with your parents, with your grandparents, with other young people. We need to have this conversation. And if this is not guided, we need, to moderate this conversation to be able to come up with what exactly we want. We have made our demands. Ruto has, yielded to some of these demands. And if we continue being leaderless, faceless, partyless, others will jump in and be our leaders, as it's already happening. Back to you, Kibe, but I think Kibe is off. So, Anthony, you can lead us.
Good. I'm seeing a guy called Lekishi. Then we go to Lutom.
Okay, thank you Anthony na kila mtu mwenye anaongea hapa. Mimi nataka kuwa a little controversial. Hakuna kitu inaitwa Gen Z movement. My statistics, hata from the speakers in all spaces, ni actually millennials wanaongea. So wamejoin na wamefanya something. Nilikuwa nimeona kidogo problem wakianza. The problem vile Kibe alianza ni utoto mwingi ulianza. Gen Z ambao wamejoin millennials na wengine, na si millennials walianza maandamano Kenya. Every political season imekuwa na waandamanaji. Kina Martha Karua at her 21 alikuwa anafanya something. During Moi times watu waliandamana when it was suicidal to do so. So hawa wamejoin kwa sababu kitu ambacho kinafanya ni dismiss ni kwa sababu a young man in before 2022 nikimwambia kwamba mnapatiana nchi kwa maumbwa, Gachagua na Ruto mnapea ni maumbwa, wao walikuwa wameshikilia kwamba as long as the enemy is Raila watapigia Ruto. Nikamwambia it's not about Raila, kuna wengine kwa hiyo debe, enda piga kura about this. So this Gen Z movement, kila ambacho na appreciate vile mmeita in quotes, mimi na appreciate kwamba ujinga umeisha na utoto. Waliamuka, wameanza kufikiria sasa. So welcome to the movement ambayo imekuwepo from all those. Na nimekuwa nikidismiss wengi vile mnaongea hapa kwamba hamwezi kufikiria kwamba nyinyi ndio mmeleta mabadiliko. Mabadiliko kila msimu yamekuwepo na kila msimu kumekuwa na viongozi wa hayo mabadiliko. Na hatuwezi kusema sijui tuko partless, tuko sijui worthless. Nilikuwa nimefurahi na kuappreciate wakati niliona some middle class wamejoin maandamano. But niliuliza one person, how long will that be? That was my first question. Will they last long? Because waandamanaji wa kudumu wapo, tunawajua. Hao ambao wanakuwa dismissed. Don't come up and dismiss everybody as if you have been born yesterday ukapata nchi ikiwa sawa. Hii nchi imetoka mbali. Kama kuna watu ambao wameumia enzi za Moi na kwingine, huwezi kuja hapa kwa sababu wewe ni Gen Z born sijui which year, unafikiria because of 2022 ulifanya makosa ya kupigia Ruto kura, sasa unataka kujirekebisha, unafikiria wengine hawajakuwa wakifanya chochote before. Appreciate alpha wakikuja waone chenye mmefanya 2022 alafu wa dismiss hakukuwa na kitu kama hicho, mtafeel vibaya. So what I'm urging ni kwamba vile mnasema we need leadership, we need strategies. tayari as we speak Ruto ashajipanga in the 48 of loss of power, tungekuwa tumemalizana naye wakati ilikuwa ripe to do so. Right now ashaweka majeshi mtaani. Ndio maana unaona sasa wale wa iPhone hakuna maandamano anymore, tumeacha ni goons wako kwa street, wale wa kawaida, kwa sababu hamtatoka kwa nyumba. Inataka roho hii kitu ya kudumu, na maandamano inataka roho. Huwezi amka tu siku moja unafikiria unafanya maandamano online. So these kind of conversations online are good for civic education. They are good for awakening us. Mimi, the greatest power itakuwa in 2027. From what you have done today, take this anger to the next level ya 2027. Tuache ku dismiss everybody who has been there before. Let us work together, strategy iwepo. Let us have even a political party ambayo inaweza itwa hata kama niyo Gen Z whatever, ita hiyo, lakini mjue kwamba you cannot come up in parliament. For example, tuna opposition leaders ambao wamesimama imara against this government forever. Hawezi amka useme for example Sifuna is fake. He has been fighting, he has been there. Hawezi amka tu from nowhere. Watu Babu Wina kuna maujinga zake for instance, but ni mtu ambaye ameonekana akipigania something all the time. So huwezi kuja ukajua kwa sababu ulifanya mistake ya kuchagua wajinga unataka kupaka matope kila mtu. Wewe umeenda pale, mtu ulituwekea kiongozi mbaya, alafu unakuja unasema kila mtu ni mchafu, unapaka kila mtu mavi. Kuna watu wamekuwa wakifanya mabadiliko before. Let us recognize them as we move forward with this change. Asanteni.
Thank you, Lekisha. Next is Lutom. But Lekisha, before Lutom comes in, Lutom, let me just ask Lekisha something.
Okay.
Niulize
Lekisha,
tafadhali.
2 minutes. So how do we restructure with this civic education you suggested and move forward? Because upper kwa space, we are having a very mature talk. So how do we move forward? Because bado tuko na ground kadogo. We still have kidogo ground.
With this civic education, let us start thinking. Now, do we come up and for example, imeanzia online. Do we come up with a movement or a party and register it and have members registering online and then try to vote in leaders? Kama mmekuwa watu online, you can even vote leaders online. Na muwatume kwa hiyo meza ya mazungumzo. For example, amwezi kuwa mnafanya online, Kibe anaongoza, mwingine Kimuzi, mwingine na mwingine, mnamalizia hapo online, mnaenda nyumbani, mnatuma watu kwa street mkiwa online, au watu wanafika street wanarudi. So let us organize and have a movement that we have people we present at the tables.
So Lekisha, you agree that this online thing, maandamano imekuwa tofauti. The first people tuandamana walikuwa Maumau, tukatoka ya msitu tukakuja sasa hii ya kuoccupy akina Uhuru paka akina Wangare Maathai na akina Madhakarua. Sasa tuseme maandamano ya saa hii is more on social online spaces, si ndio? So how do we good. I'm happy. Now we are having a progressive talk. So how do we continue agitating in this space? Because kwa hii space, if 5,000 of us, 10,000 of us tell Citizen TV, tell Nation TV, tell KTN, do you know what? We have these people we want you to interview. Because we feel these people are, they dispense our aspirations as our dream. That is how do we end up on the negotiating table?
You can't
using the space we have
to interview, but
we didn't dictate the president to the space. Good. Now, how? Okay, sawa. I get you, Lekisha.
Let people front themselves.
Okay. Sawa, Lutoma, you can speak.
Thank you, Anthony, and thank you, everyone who's on this space. This is a great afternoon when you get to hear a space that is sober, that you can be able to articulate issues without being emotional and without being disrespectful. So thank you again. We've had a tremendous advice and wisdom from Fatuma and everyone who's spoken, and even Lekishon right now. Allow me to say this, Anthony. I am one among many who tumekuwa tukipigwa kwa sababu ya kutry kutafuta njia ambayo sasa tuko nayo saizi, njia ambayo sasa saizi ndugu Anthony can ask, so how do we structure, how do we front these people, how do we dictate the conversation that we want moving forward? But there was a time, haungesema, I am one of the people who indicated that we had a situation where we even had people being coerced, being forced to be on the street. It was not a genuine push for you to leave your house and be on the street. For example, I can, and I've met, I must say, and allow me to conceal as of now, but I've met about 13 influencers. 3 of them are artists, 3 of them are radio presenters, and about 2 are just influencers who have a huge following in the social media space. To an extent where they would say if Anthony or if Lekisha hatakuja kwa street kesho hatutamuona, sasa huyo atafutwe, sasa sisi tumunfollow. You know, that was what we call coercion. So there are people who went on the street because walitaka kuonekana. And I am the one who actually blew up the hole that was at Anniversary Towers, where people would come, do a photo session, uh, photo session. I mean, take photos there and videos, and then quickly post and then hibernate, run away, get back to their corners, houses, rooms, or bedrooms. But now we're here. I'm happy that now story ya leaderless, na faceless, na tribeless imekwisha. Now we are here because we are pushing for an agenda. I must agree with one of the speakers today that hatujashindwa. This is a movement that was backed up by each and every generation. It was backed up by leaders. It was backed up by church. It was backed up by, I mean, influencers. Some, even the media was there to give this particular movement a support. But Anthony, you've asked a very serious question. How do we move forward? How do we make sure that this flame that we've lit, albeit having lost, I mean, people, and we sympathize with that. Have people are still injured in hospitals, and it's painful even to talk about it. But at the same time, we have had a leadership that we must recognize that also it has listened to the aspiration of the movement. They have been at least shown in one way or another that these people are not only just on the street, but yes, they are making sense. Yes, they have a valid cause. They are championing for a reason that is sober. It is at this same platform that nilipigwa sana for saying, are we all of us genuine? And I remember there's one time even the headline when Andrew was leading us, he was saying, hii game kuna wase wananunuliwa, kuna soko pale because wamelipwa, na wengine tuko pale because we want to push the movement into the right direction. And we had a lot of comments, both pro and against that particular topic by then. But I must say this, in the midst of all rumors, and be it true or not, in the midst of goons and paid activists and all those kind of stuff, I just had the gentleman who's been thrown out saying that His Excellency the President was talking about some people somewhere and being bought or sponsoring or whatever. That is not for us because we don't know. So we assume he has intelligence, but to us, there was Andrew. There is an Anthony, Ndugu Anthony. There is an opportunity right now. I must remind the gentlemen and ladies who are here that each and every movement from the conception of this country, it resulted into a sitting down. I must say there was a point, and one of my grandfathers, allow me to declare my interest, one of my grandfathers who happened to die in the movement of fighting for multipartyism, even they were on the street for very many months, but it resulted in the repeal of Section 2, the one that after fight and after
Section
people,
2A. It's Section
yes,
2A.
yes, Section 2A. But remember, people died. But eventually, we had a gentleman called Moi who gathered people in Kasarani. There was a sitting and everyone was given a microphone to speak. Even this push, even after the skirmishes in 2007 and all that happened, there was a conversation that happened in Bomas. Now, the agenda of that particular conversation, it might have resulted into the constitution that we have right now of 2010. After when I say we, I mean, I asked one of my aunties who's really religious, and I said, Auntie, I can hear from your voice that you're supporting Gen Z. She said, yes. I support the push right now for this reason, that I have been a teacher and my husband is a civil servant, and both of us have retired. And for the last 4 years, we have never received a single coin of our pension. Now, part of the reason why there are people who, those are force, those are movement that shook the foundation of this government, is the silent majority who are supporting them that were on the streets. Of course, now, I mean, we have crooks who came and now started spoiling the movement, magoons na manini nini. But what we are saying is that silent majority were for us. And it needed now, because they had said, hii ni wakati wenu, hebu endeni muongee hizo story. All it needed is a structure that we would agree to sit down, the way His Excellency the President had suggested, and I think it's still on the table, that we go there and we say, okay, Anthony, the 5,000 of us, the 37,000 of us in this particular conversation, we are sending you and Lekishan and Fatuma. We want Fatuma to come from Ethiopia or from wherever she is. Nyinyi watatu ndo tunawatuma kule, mwende mtuwakilishe ile ambayo tunasema ndo hii. Tutakuwa tunakutazama wewe kwa runinga. My friend, that is how movements come up with a concrete solution. I do not want to join the gentleman who said hii tumeshindwa, Ruto amejipanga, and I don't know the 48 laws of power. My friend, that nonsense cannot happen here. What we are saying is the only reason why a government would jipanga is one, when there is anarchy, is two, when we still push people to go and be in confrontation with the authority, in this case, the police. When there is a confrontation, boss, even in the house, leave alone police versus protesters, whenever there is a confrontation, even a family meeting, one is watu chemka na sukari, mmoja ndugu anarushia ndugu ngumi, mwingine anaokota kiti. It happens even in a family setup. So what I'm saying is, we now need to vacate the streets, because we can hear the voices of business people saying, you guys started well, but now we are losing. We are losing out, because even as you champion for whatever you're championing, my loan is never extended. I still have that particular monthly deadline for my obligations. Someone is saying, I have brought this container and I cannot send a border guy because I don't know kama hiyo mzigo itafika ama haitafika. And we can now say, guys, retreat. Everyone, stop. Mambo ya kuoccupy, hakuna kuoccupy sasa. Now let's form, and this is the irreducible minimum. Let's sit down. Let's have county sittings all the way up to that particular national invitation that His Excellency the President had invited us. The reason why also that right now we seem defeated, and when I say we, I mean we as a people, is because this leaderless thing has now made, we have people in Bomet fighting the governor. We had people in Jaramogi Oginga Odinga now fighting Kalonzo after a good meeting of Azimio. We right now have people who are now demonstrating on the road saying, no, 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 no. By the way, we have just realized you guys were unfair to our guy. Now, our guy part is Ishaanza, so we have a lot of councils of elders meetings and press conferences. Yesterday or the day before yesterday, we had about 4 groups of young people going and saying, no, 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 our person must be reinstated in his cabinet position. In short, what we are saying is, it's because they have seen wameangalia, so jamaa, so tulipigana, okay, wakatutoa, so wanaenda wapi? Pia hao pia wameretreat, kila mtu amerudi biashara yake, and they are waiting for another day now again to come and say now we have a million march to the city center. Anthony, as I finish, this is the time. This is the time not for Gen Z, not for a particular generation or a particular age. This is an opportune time for our nation. Just the way Fatima was saying, this is it took the president. This moment made His Excellency the President sit down for a minute and say, do I ask himself, do I have the right team? I'm sure it has restarted. It has made members of parliament for a moment have something within them. Like yesterday, I could hear Bishop Honorable Kosgei say, this has made us ask ourselves, why exactly are we in parliament? I had Madam Chief Justice yesterday when at the funeral of the late judge saying, this is the time for us to ask ourselves, are we really serving our people? Now, the servant call is now all over the place. Anthony, our brother Andrew, and everyone who's leading the space, are we going to be servants? Are we going to be servants, fearless servants now, to get this particular conversation to the next level? It is time we meet the political space. It is time we congregate, meet the religious leaders. It is time for us to sit down and chat for a cause for our nation, putting in mind that Kenya, in all that we do, after all has been said and done, Kenya must stand to be counted. I rest my case.
Good. I like your school of thought. And let me just bring guys home and tell them, Msema Kweli, you are next. I'm seeing you're itching. Nimeona ukisema maandamano, Letuma is saying maandamano issue, you've put our thumbs down. But let me tell you, it takes a very big voice to humble a sitting head of state to say, where do you want me to meet? In your space, I'll come. Guys, it took your voices, what you did. CNN was in Kenya. BBC, siju kama muli notice, Larry Madowo used to fly land. Akisikia kuna mandamano, he flies back. It was not Larry Madowo coming for because he wants. It was him being told, can you go? We were the news. We were it. Okay? So, I want us, nataka tukafikiria Msema Kweli as you prepare your points. This fight we've agitated that now is catching up in Nigeria. That is, we started catching up in Uganda. Can we start something and ask ourselves, unajua, are we making ground for Raila Amolo Odinga to continue getting his way? Or do we make the Kenya we want for ourselves? Akina Rex hawa wamekufa akina nani? Shall we deliver the Kenya they want? Because if Baba ends up on that table, Ruto ends up in that table, these guys have started saying our people must go back to the cabinet. Msema Kweli, I'm giving you the mic. I want you to tell me what is the end game. Now, and don't tell me we don't have one for now, because this is tuko nayo. So Msema Kweli, unmute yourself. You know me si co-host, so you can only unmute yourself.
Sawa, unasikia?
Endelea.
Yeah, we can hear
All
you,
right.
bro.
Sawa. So the reason nilikuwa naweka kidole chini about maandamano is obviously the reason why wanasema tuache maandamano is because maandamano is effective. At this point, anything Gava inasema, I think what they are saying, I think we can assume the opposite is the right thing. Kwa hivyo wakisema kuna maandamano, it means maandamano inafinya in the direction we want. So that is the case for maandamano. The only other thing is, is na ndo Anthony amesema about watu wa biashara nini. Nothing good comes easy. Kwa hivyo, it's time for sacrifice. The rot yenye tunajaribu kufix has happened for a very long time. Now, these guys in Wakondani, we don't trust, we don't think they have the best in mind for Kenya. They don't have ideas. They don't have any good ideas. Kasa Ruto, he thumbs his chest about the things he's thinking atafanyia Kenya, but we all know those are not going to take us anywhere. So, not only are they incompetent and corrupt, they also don't have any ideas to get us to the next level. Or if they undermine our potential. So Ruto has to go, and all these guys, including Raila na kila mtu. We need fresh blood, fresh ideas, and all that.
Yes.
Yes.
Tell us your ideas. I can tell you that wewe ni Gen Z. So tell us, if we had government today, mimi tungefanya ABCD, tungeshukisha misha. I don't want to put points in your head. You know, sawa, by the way, msema kweli, hakuna mtu anaoppose kuandamana. Mimi niko na biashara, nasikia kuandamana nilialawase wale wangu ndio wanataka kwenda kuandamana waende kuandamana. You know, you had a cause. You know, mulikuwa mnasema vitu right. Na nyinyi you were bold enough, like Kibe said. Mulikuwa bold enough to take on gava. Mkakuwa so bold, mkafanya president aingie kwa space. Mkakuwa so bold, by the way muliachieve tuwasewa joy achieve. Ile kitu tunataka tujue, hii movement ni yenyu, ni sawa. Tumekubali na tumetii. Alright? Ebu tuambieni, okay, msema kweli, do you believe gava tunaweza mka kesho gava iko imechange? You know, how do we get to the Kenya we are fighting for? As in tuanzeni kutupe solutions. Juu millennials wanasema tume gain ground, tukaitwa kwa negotiating table ya kuchagua IBC, tukakataa. So IBC haitakuwa ile si tunataka. Tumetrust huyo mse tunasema hana plan achagua IBC. Tunge transcend tuende kwa table ya kuchagua cabinet. Tumesema hata hiyo hatutaki. Ile mikutano tu tunataka ni ile we are talking at each other. So how do we get to the Kenya we want? Kama tukipewa chance ya kushape IBC tunakataa. Tumepewa opportunity ya kushape katiba nini cabinet. Nisema kweli cabinet ndio nchi. Tukapewa opportunity ya kushape cabinet tukakataa. Tunasema tunataka kurecall MPs. Nikupe procedure ya kurecall MP. Kwanza mwanze muandike barua, muokote signatures. Hebu ni show tu idea yako cause mimi naona ni kama hata mko idealess. To be very honest, and I'm not being rude. Hamuna endgame. Hebu tu ni show endgame yani tunataka kuwa understand.
So I think at the least, Sai, because we are not obviously changing a country then that so much has gone wrong for so many years, it's not going to happen overnight. But in the meantime, I agree. There's a good reason to figure out how to engage, at least in the meantime, while we figure how to get these guys out. There's a good reason, and I'm not gonna say I have a monopoly ideas. Nimesikiza watu wengi sana wakisema how to go about it, how to get into the system as it is right now, while we help them unwind, at least to stop misusing things and start fixing the little things we can. But in the meantime, mi sijakuwa convinced that kuna kitu wanafanya right now. Everything I see naona ni kaa self-preservation mode for them, rather than even listening to anything that we're saying. Kwa hivyo I just wanted to share about fast maandamano. Obviously that it's effective. I think there's a lot of people who can think a lot about other things, about how do we be effective right now to minimize the damage they are going to cause until when we get in office, you know? So those could be the ideas. Okay, how do we get engaged in a way to minimize the damage they can do right now? The other thing is how, yes.
Allow us to come through. You've just said until the day you will get into the office. How are you preparing to get into the office? If you cannot prepare right now, if you can't even listen, if you don't have a strategy of getting whoever you want to replace in the office, get out. That's what Anthony is asking. So we want to agree, we want to join you. But tunakuuliza hii gari yenye unasema unataka kwenda kutoa dereva kama bado inaenda. Utamtoa aje? Alafu wewe ukuje uingie, and how do you prove to us that you are a steady driver, that you can take this country to the next level? That's what we are saying.
No, we need to be involved because I see the selection panel IBC is in progress. We need to be involved with who these people being selected, because those have an impact on who ends.
Msema kweli. Yeah. Simuliitwa kwa hiyo table tukasema tukienda sisi ni wasaliti. Mimi kwanza nilikuwa kwa space ya Kimuzi ukicounter idea yako mwambie okay. I like by the way after msema kweli tuende kwa Navi. Mtu anaitwa Navi. Unasema tuna need kukua kwa IBC panel ile tunataka. Lakini ukipewa chance ya kukua kwa hiyo panel unasema hautaki kuongea. So who comes in msema kweli? Raila Amolo Odinga. Okay? So tumerudi kwa ile Kenya tutaki. Unajua tulikuwa tumeenda 5 steps ahead, tukakataa kunegotiate, tukakataa kukaa chini. By the way kuna place tu walisema ndio mkuu kwa panel ya maandamano ya IBC muache maandamano. Hakuwa amesema hivyo. Do you know why? Msema kweli. Because mlikuwa mnamsaidia, kuna kitu mlikuwa mnadu ilikuwa ina work for him. Let me tell you, in any war, hata ukiattack Ini war, nyinyi wote wawili, mwenye ana oppress na oppressor kuna kwanga na win-win. So yeye alikuwa ameona window ya kuoverhaul cabinet na kuoverhaul mishahara. Alikuwa anataka ndio isikae ni yeye aambia wase, I'm just thinking outside the box. Aambia wase, by the way mimi nawafuta juu ya wase. So tungefika kwa table tuseme, by the way, si mnasemanga uza mishahara ni kubwa. Kwa nini msana alipwa mita? Juno kuna head wa parastato ulipwa mita. Useme orezo, hapa naona kuna watu wanalipwa mita. Juu tunaenda interview mpya, hatutaki mtu yote achukue. Unajua venye mlikuwa mnaaju. MP alipwa 400 rao, mlikuwa na argument solid. Ndio mpaka washosho wageshagi walikuwa na support. Una get? Lakini wakati mlikuwa mshapiga msha breach the first wall. Mko sasa anawaona mko hapo, anawaona. Instead mngetake advantage, mwambie msee nataka kutumia slang yenu. Uza tunataka MP kwa nalipwa ido. Orezo waambie mimi siwezi correct mshahara ya MP. Muulize ni nani? Ni CRC. CRC tuwe kwa hii meza haraka. Na hata wewe ukicheza tukufute. Can you pay people to reflect the current state of the economy? Ebu niambie CRC, kama tunalipa 1.1 billion kwa mshahara na tunalipa 1.2 billion kwa loan, hatuwezi adjust loan yetu, but tunaweza adjust mshahara yetu, tunaweza adjust wage bill yetu, tuanze kwa adjust
and even
kuna win
Anthony,
una get.
Imagine katikati ya maandamano they were so daring bado kupush ati law imesema civil servants bado wanastahili kuongezwa mshahara. They were
exactly. Unajua, as in you guys were winning. You are winning, but amuku realize when to transition. Na hata sai, in fact nataka msema kweli ukimaliza best yako nothing. Kama unaweza yield kidogo tusikie nothing pia nasema nini?
So
nitamaliza in 1 minute.
Yeah, I just have a few seconds left in Malize. So
okay,
what
okay.
I'm saying,
nothing
yes, yeah, we need to have a plan. I agree, Mrs. Semiat, we need to have a plan, and we just need to have different groups but pursuing different things. But protest, if the protest stops, we'll lose the fight. We need to negotiate and protest at the same time. The reason is because even as we're doing this, the only other thing I was saying about the protest, I'm not sure, and different ideas. One of the most effective things about the protest to actually undermine the economy, undermine the money that they are getting to kill us. So their question is, kwenda CBD na kwenda Uhuru Park. I mean, it might sound good, but I'm not sure that's the most effective. Nimesikia watu wakiuliza, okay, how about closing roads? You know, these guys, the police forces and whatever, they are like 180,000, 18 million of us, you know, there's like 100 of us for each one of them. Naweza sema every Tuesday and Thursday, it's a protest day for kila mtu. Nobody is going anywhere. Okay, you don't need to be in CBD. Just keep the whatever, just enough, maybe emergency cars na vitu kaa hizo. But until when we get what we need over time, but in the meantime, we have to be prepared for pain. But at the same time, we need people working on multiple fronts, coming in engaging to minimize the damage. Like once we kill the protests, we'll also kill the momentum and we'll kill the ability, our seat at the table. Because even them, they are using force on their side to undermine us. We also need to use whatever we have, which is protest.
Msema kweli. Just 1 minute. If we sent you to Bomas on Monday next week, utaenda?
If I have yes, absolutely, nitaenda.
Utaongea?
Kama niko na blessings nitaongea.
Sasa ndo nasema if we
Litoma.
You know. Kuna mahali tunaenda boss.
Litoma.
Anthony,
nataka ufanye kitu.
Kabla nothing yakuje, nataka sasa huyo msema kweli leo sasa tumempata kwa hiyo kona tuko tunatafuta. Utaenda? Na ukienda pale utapita aje kama unasema nyuma unataka kufunga barabara?
Litoma. Hatutaki ukani kama tunabashi msema kweli. Msema kweli kidogo. Msema kweli wacha nikutetee.
Yeah.
I want you know jana nilikuwa kwa speaker na msanii anaitwa Tony Gashoka. And I told people in that space, boss, unaona movement yote, you are not the first generation to do maandamano. Lakini to understand your goal, you must study your opponent. Siju kama una watching ball. Ukiwatch ball, before mwende kucheza na Manchester, mtaenda mstudy Manchester usichezaje, lead scorer ni nani, striker ni nani, so that you know how to counter them, okay? Now, There's protest tuanza hivi, mnaanzanga na violent, hiyo ni maandamano, mnachapa magate, mnachapa tear gas na mateke, unarushiwa tear gas, unarudisha kwa gari na baton, hiyo ni tango violent. Then mkigain ground, mnaanza kuchift from violent to non-violent. Hii inasemekanaga ni ile ya mna stage, mnasema hivyo, umesema Tuesday as we agitate for our grounds, because now we have the media, you must be strategic. Mnaenda mnasema tutakaa around parliament. We shall only move if you.
We've lost you, Anthony.
Am I back?
Yes, you are.
So it worked in a country, I think it's Thailand, I think Rutoma will tell me. They moved from violent means, then they staged a sit down in their capital until the change came. Why? Let me tell you something, Msema kweli na nothing. When you do that, when the police attack people who are not violent, you amplify your sound by getting international people to say, why are you tear gassing people who are not violent? So you shift the goal. So that now you help shape the narrative. Okay, that is what Raila Odinga is doing. He's shaping the narrative. That is what William Ruto is doing. They are shaping the narrative. We all want a better Kenya, including William Ruto. William Ruto never thought this will be his legacy. He cannot dare that the world will write this about him. So you need, as you figure out our wins, he will also have an advantage. But msema kweli, I agree with you. One, maandamano iendelee, but it can change this. I think that's the reason leo mnaenda Uhuru Park. Mimi niko mbali, siwezi kuja Uhuru Park. Number 2, umeulizwa ukiitwa utaenda, ukasema ukiwa na blessings. Boss, knowledge is not acquired by blessings, it's osmosis. As you agitate, educate yourself. That's the reason Kenyatta alitoka huku, akaacha Momo kwa msitu, akaenda UK, akasoma katiba ya mkoloni na akaitumia. So ndio uchape hii serikali, first of all elewa katiba yake, so that you use their words against them. You tell them the constitution says that we underline shall, unaget, that man used the same constitution to fight the same government. So we need to move from this thing of tear gas, kunona. Don't let the people, the nation turn on you. Sijui kama na make point, msema kweli. Unaget? Wezi ambia mse analipa loan, utampe siku 4 za kufanya job. Angekuwa allow space. Lakini for now, anaona hauna endgame, hauna strategy, hauna plan. Tuliuliza Caswell, the most eloquent Gen Z. What is the endgame? Don't ask me what is the endgame. Come on, man. What do you mean? You look like Tom Mboya. You look like Martin Luther King, Tom Mboya, all in one. But you don't have an endgame? Do you know hapo ndio nini yenu ili change? Anyway, endelea. Ebu ongea alafu upe. Endelea alafu upe nothing. Na mchange majina zenyu, please. So kichita nothing.
Yeah. So anyway, Anthony, me naondoka. Yeah. So all I'm saying is after hiyo maandamano, decentralize it. Kai maandamano, we don't need 100,000 people in CBD. We can have 1,000 in different cities, in different streets. Less people will be killed like that. It will be just as effective. Your voices will be heard loud and clear, but at the same time, figuring out the future is changing what we need to change so that hata watu wa biashara, they might suffer right now. Lakini when things change, we have competence, direction, less corruption, vitu kaa hizo, their businesses will thrive, hata capital will flow, and more business and opportunity will be created. So you might fight for 1, 2, 3 years, and maybe you might go bankrupt, whatever it is. Freedom and better governance is not going to come easy. We also have to know, hata wajue kaa Kasmul anasema, they might sound like there's no plan now, but when it's said and done, it will be better for the next 20, 30 years in a better environment. That's in my head.
I agree with you, msema kweli. Say, ambia nothing and mute.
Hi, everyone. I would like to start by paying homage to comrades we have lost along the way, to the sick and injured.
Anthony.
Now, allow me to say this. When someone is talking, I would really appreciate if you Anthony, and the other gentleman, you may reduce the interjection, because when you don't allow someone to process what they want to say, then it ends up in a situation where you cannot understand them. Now, allow me to explain Why Nothing KE? Nothing KE is a company called Nothing Life Nation, because when you ask a lot of people, what are you doing with yourself? They tell you nothing. But Kenya is a country full of potential, but our potential is not realized because of bad governance. Now, what can we do about Kenya? How did we find ourselves here? Are people against government? There are two issues on the table today, and what brought us here. There are external, there is external interference, and this is World Bank and IMF. There's this narrative and assumption that Gen Zs don't know what they want. Probably they understand more, but if when we have a platform like this, you may allow them to speak, then there's a lot to learn. Yesterday, and I'm very grateful to Kibe for hosting this, and please don't give up. It will pay off in the end. I put in a link. I wanted people to watch for themselves about how these people play their game. Okay, the president finds himself in an awkward place because he's the head of state, and so we take the hit on him. However, how these people play the game, if they impose a president on you, number one thing of what they agree on, and these are confession by their own, by former head of IMF and World Bank, is to depreciate your shilling. We saw this happen when this government came to power, and they were giving all manner of explanation, but this is how they played. Number two, the loans. The reason why we are saying we need to audit the loans, we want to attach them to infrastructure that these loans were given for. But usually what they do, they allow the corruption we are seeing for a few people to benefit, but then the majority do not end up benefiting. And this, the people behind this is actually America and Europe. So themselves, they benefit from this loan that we pay because their economy is a credit economy. When you hear them saying Kenya is open for business, they don't mean that Kenya is actually open for business. They mean Kenya is open for plunder. So I wish the president can embrace this movement because it will safeguard him to actually work for the country and cut off the monster, which is IMF and World Bank. Now, so kindly, I'll send the link again, and I urge all of you to watch this so that you understand. So what they do not want is for us to progress. How do you get a country to progress? You have to get cheap electricity. We're surrounded with water. We can harvest water. We had excess rain the other time, but we did not harvest our water. If we can reduce the cost of electricity production, then we'll go into manufacturing. We have so many products. Why are we exporting our skins and hide? Why are we not exporting meat? So we can personally, and Kibe said this yesterday, we need to come on the table with ideas. Personally, when this Nothing KE came up, which was 2020, I found something to do. I'm very passionate about unemployment because a lot of us, you'll graduate from uni and you don't have something to do, but there's a lot we can do. So we can forward our ideas, which is how can we turn this country around? When I hear people say, you can't turn this country around within a short time, I'm shocked for you because it is possible. If we can have everybody on a platform to listen to each other, to consolidate our ideas, that tells you it is possible. It does not take that long to build schools. When I hear the budget for schools is in billion, wake up Kenyans. What do you mean billion? Even international school, their facilities have not been built with billions. So we need to get on that table and say, what is the cost or what is the budget for education? And we actually come up, the architects who are unemployed, they should come up with structures for school, and we come up with budgets and make sure that this money that is meant for school is actually implemented, where we cannot have people in 2024 reading outside a classroom. Education is the biggest equalizer. So it is unfair to children across the country who do not have a fair chance to education. And this is how you end poverty. And allow me to explain the different kind of poverty. There's a poverty of the mind where everybody thinks that our solution will come from the West. It will not come from the West. We are the solution. The advantage we have is that we have the working capital. The youngest generation is here, and that tells you we have a lot of people who can be productive. So if you put those people to good use, great things can come in. People keep talking about a revenue. Not everybody wants to be employed by government. We want a fair ground for us to work in. For example, something as simple as gaming, and the people who are into this, in 2024 is about $20 billion industry. What are we doing about that? So when they start speaking about ICT hubs, they have no idea what they are talking about. So we need young generation on the table to consolidate. If it's ICT hub, it's not only about working. We have seen gamers earning heck a lot of money, and we need to move with. When you want to grow, you follow the money trail. That is one thing, and I have a ton of ideas on how we can do that. So we need to get back to our budget, say $1 billion. There's this hundreds of billions, and make sure that every place has schools. And there's new technology on construction, so we can embrace the new technology and roll it out. If it's sports, there's so many people who have made money through sports. So we need sports facility. You don't tell us you put a field here and another one there. If you look at the Premier League, majority of people in most of the sports are Africa. Tells you we are special, but we don't give our own a chance to excel to that level. If it's the issue of healthcare, India makes a lot of money from health tourism. We can build infrastructure in Kenya. It's very wrong that today there are people who cannot access healthcare. And when we talk about our healthcare budget, it's in billions. It's insane. It's actually from, I think, 2013 when they started talking about figures in billions. When we have a trillion plus budget, we should have a country that works. Singapore, you will go to jail if you actually try to sabotage a young person's idea. But in Kenya, what do? The West come here. I'm in a university where they come and pitch, give us your ideas. And what do? They take them back home, repackage them, and then bring them back. There's a Kenyan athlete who was feted because he has an NGO which actually sell Kenyan ideas to the West. I'll give you an example with M-Pesa. The reason why you're seeing all these people here is because of the money M-Pesa is making. So they are looking for ways to get a cut into M-Pesa. Theirs is a credit economy. Ours, it's not a credit economy. That's why you're seeing, with time, banks abroad allowed transfers of money to M-Pesa. And everybody, Bill Gates got a stake in M-Pesa. And talking of Bill Gates, that's one person we should make sure doesn't step foot in this country. When it comes to farming, people assume that these people are brilliant, they're wealthy, when they tell you that our children will not inherit everything. The money their kids will inherit is actually all they have. The rest they say that will go, I don't know where. That is portfolio projection. It does not mean that money exists. So this issue of farmers, that we cannot grow our own food. We cannot use our own seedling. It's bananas. And this thing, there's a lady who posted that they had a case in court. We need to follow up with that. They should allow us to grow our own food. If it's about food, and allow me to put some things, and I'm not saying this to brag. Personally, I've traveled. My father taught us Kenyan history on the road. The way we store our cereals is where the problem is. We should never, we have land everywhere. We should never, ever import maize. But why do we do it? Because we only look at agriculture in terms of, we are going to plow the land, we're going to harvest. When the farmer is harvesting, we're told, you can't sell your produce because of the moisture content. We want to make sure, why are farmers in Kenya today, with a budget in agriculture, tilling their land with djembe? How can we be able to consolidate our ideas on a platform, but the farmer back at home is still using a djembe? Yet we have Kenyans in this country who can come up with product. Because I feel very bad when I see people looking down on people who have no education. Those will be your biggest employer in future if you actually look at this country in the right ideas. In 2020, we had a young
Nothing.
man who came up with.
Okay, sorry. I just wanted to ask you something. And sorry. I don't want. Okay, after you explained your name, my apologies. I hope you accept them.
Accepted.
You know, because we live in a world of perception. So forgive me. But there's something you're doing which I like, which is with all of you Gen Zs. We were in a space with Josephine talking about employment, for how to create employment abroad. And you've raised something about that. I don't know whether she had it. And I asked them, are we tailoring our jobs to suit the world? Are you getting? Are we tailoring our jobs to suit the world? You said about gaming. Because I told them, all of us cannot fit in that space the president has. But my question to you, Josephine, and I want you to go there. You've identified the problems. Okay? Corruption is corruption regardless. How do we get to the Kenya we want from a Gen Z perspective? I want you to give a solution. How do we recraft our government? How do we, you've said about how schools are constructed. We still use the most expensive ways, stone and brick and kagoto and nini. Well, we can use panels. I think that is what you mean. Sindio?
No, what I mean is we can use interlocking bricks.
Good, which is cheaper. So you're asking.
And interlocking bricks, we can actually
you
roll
create
out
employment because there are people who will make exactly.
And
now
you actually get schools built by locals.
Just one minute. That's how they do it in Rwanda, actually. Now, you know that, and I know that. And I can assure you, people in government know that. What you should be asking is, why do we use the same old ways to solve today's problems, yet we have solutions that are cheaper? Are you getting my line of thought?
Because the West is interfering, and that's why you should not stop the agitation.
I'm not saying we stop agitation.
We should continue to agitate, but structured, where we tell IMF, get off, hands off our nation. Then, because the president is part of this nation, we can tell him, hey, this is what we know, and this is how we can work towards this process. If it's the IBC you were talking about, we cannot proceed with, people oversimplify things. We cannot proceed with this issue of, get on the table. We first have to scrutinize what is on this bill of IBC, what was signed. We go through it as a nation, and then now we can board.
But let me just tell you something. Countries are governed with legislation. You know, IMF cannot control, has no say on legislation. Okay? So when we come down, just a minute. When it comes down to legislation on very small things, like what you've said, and I'll go down to it, building of a school. Okay? You have the right to sit down and question. And let me tell you something, and I use the organizational name. It is very easy to say IMF can do ABCD. But it is equally easier for us to say we are building schools and we are doing it with bricks because it is cheaper. And you put someone on the table and ask them, Mr. President, Mr. Minister of Infrastructure, explain to me, if a stone costs 2 shillings and building a brick costs 150 cents, why are you insisting we go the stone way and not the brick way? Do you know common sense will carry the day? You have very good ideas. You are just not turning your ideas into legislation. How do we get to the legislation we want? Okay,
allow me. And I think I said yesterday, there's a lot of condescending comments towards Gen Zs. When it comes to what I'm trying to tell you, I have evidence. I wrote, this is how I ended up knowing that this issue about IMF. I wrote to embassies and said, hey, we don't have to export labor. We have ideas, we have resources, we have ABCD. And that's when I realized, these people are not our friends, but it is our responsibility to build our country. I wrote to ministry. I wrote to so many governors, and I have G4S receipts of who I posted this. So these people know what we want, but they do not, they just take things for granted. The same thing you're doing. When I try to explain what is the ideas that we have, somebody counters, because there's just the assumption that we don't necessarily know what we want. We understand what exactly we want. We are factual generation. And the reason why they're saying they want results. How do we get those results? You don't need to legislate to build a school. This country already have existing structures that and that's why there's allocation for school fees for A, B, C, D. There's so many things. I've only given a few ideas. I have a ton. Everyone I wrote to on saying, this is how we can create employment. Everybody said, oh, the idea is too big. Can you just pick one? How can I pick one when we have millions of Kenyans who are unemployed? So we have to change, and we have to allow space for conversation. We have to put this thing on paper. Mine is already on paper. I was actually feeling very disheartened because I kept wondering, when will this nation ever change? So if it's coming to the table, the first way you come to a table is by resolving the immediate issue. We want compensation for the injured and for the dead. Then number two, can we scrutinize? Let's not be talking in hindsight. Can we scrutinize everything that needs to be done? It is your responsibility, just like it's mine, to take this Kenya to the Kenya we want. And it will not take words. It will not take challenging everyone. It will take, can we reason together? So I come on board. I think we should have a different platform. Today, you can just poke holes on what you think we don't understand, or apparently what you suppose we understand. Then we look at what will be the performance metrics to work towards what we want to achieve. If it's roads, for those who have traveled, we are using ancient methods of building roads. There is so much we can achieve. I've had people complain, oh, why are some places with roads and yet there's minimal traffic? That's because we are wasting the potential in every corner of this country. But if we can actually hold hands together, everybody, and by the way, don't look down on anyone, even if they don't have clarity on what the idea is. There are people who may not be very expressive, but they are brilliant in terms of the ideas they have. I highlighted the young man who came up with the hand wash, what is it called, the hand wash platform during COVID. I wrote to so many ministry to recognize that young boy. That thing would have changed that boy's life. But it took a country, the architecture review, I think it was in Austria, that recognized that boy, but there was no financial value to it. But in this country, I kept writing and writing to the likes of Kinamati. Could you please recognize this boy? What happened? Instead of patenting his idea, everybody rolled out his idea. He's the only person who didn't make money from it. So let's not trivialize. Kenyans are brilliant.
We have a question
We are
for you.
such a wonderful people. But then there's the assumption, especially for the middle class, the people who are in business, you assume buying a car and buying a house equal to a good country. Everybody in this country is one disease away from poverty. How do we change that? Make sure every facility, everything in this country works. That's what happens outside. You go to the transport system work, the healthcare system works, everything works. But in Kenya, we're taking everything for granted. Like, what is this issue we are hearing that JKA is about to be listed out? Those are the things we should agitating towards, instead of just assuming, guys, come on the table. Let's look at this thing has opened a Pandora box. Let's bring everything. Let's not judge anyone. Interrogate those issues and say, as a nation, we're going to, can we get answers for ABCD? Can we get, the president should not look at Gen Zs as his enemy. Right now, all they are looking for is accountability. So let's listen to each other. Maybe we should have a different platform where when somebody talks about schools, we have a team, an architect who can say, it will cost this. Here is the design. I'm uploading it. Let's have a Sisi kwa Sisi website where we can upload ideas and make sure they are rolled out. I'm willing to come on board as a consultant because I have reviewed, I have researched for the ideas I have. So it's not imagination. It's not stuff I've picked out. So let's not look down on anyone. Number two, when you get a platform to moderate, please, I beg you and respectfully ask of you, don't interject when someone is speaking. Hear them out. It's the same problem we have with the president. He's not listening. And now I'm understanding when he said, initially I couldn't accept him saying that that his team failed him. But now, like what I'm explaining, if someone was to go to explain to him, they'll say, oh, alikuwa anataka ABCD. They'll not highlight on the issue. So let's give Kenyans a fair ground where we can think, because everybody has an idea. God did not create faulty people. Let's bring our ideas together. Let's work on those ideas and let's transform this nation. And let me tell you, if you actually believe, look at what Rwanda has done. This country, because the money is here. When I hear Kare say in 3 days or in a certain period they've lost 3B, it tells you the money is here. The other day, senators were saying that they collected so much money from the housing levy that they went back to parliament to ask for permission to sell bonds. How about, can we put this money into tangible transitional
No,
projects?
nothing, KE. The reason why we interject is not because we disrespect you. We are having a conversation and we are actually agreeing with you. So we've listened to you for the last 13.8 minutes. And also, as you make credible suggestions
Thank you.
to us, would you also allow us to ask questions so that it comes out clearly from you? That's exactly what we've
Oh,
been
sure.
doing. So, you've now gone to highlighting, yet we still have, there's a question you raised that is very fundamental about our financial infrastructure. You indicated that you are a factual generation and an opportunity had been given to us. When I say us, I mean the people who are pushing for this particular move, in this case, the protest and the movement, and then the silent majority who are backing it up. So I want to ask you, now that you've even gone ahead practically to be able to present papers and ideas to these particular people, are you aware, and I've listened to you keenly, you seem to be aware of the IMF stroke World Bank infrastructure and its effects to very many jurisdictions. Are you aware that it is His Excellency the President who had started he went man solo, attacking IMF and World Bank and crying for the fair financial practices? This particular movement gave him an opportunity to be able to even push it further. And part of the recommendation he had for us, because it was not for Gen Z alone, for
to
the silent
ensure
majority who are
that
supporting this movement, was the audit of our loans. That thing, that giant, that monster that IMF and World Bank keeps on bringing its teeth on our coffers every so often. Are you aware that that grand opportunity of us, of me and you, by passing the constitutional threshold and demanding and asking for those files and how this money came into this country and to what it was spent on and who spent that particular money and did we get value for our money? Are you aware that again we had the proponents of the movement saying, no, we're not going to sit on that table?
Nothing. Just to
Perhaps,
add,
perhaps,
then you answer both of us. Nothing. Well, can you give me another name other than okay? When we started this, and I love that now we have a meeting of the minds, and I agree with what Nania said. You are very well versed. You can identify the problems that we are using the most expensive things. We have a debt problem, and I'll go back to debt. You said billions were given. We all need to go to the ground and see whether that road was built. You guys, this movement had captured the trust of this nation. You had it on your grasp. People trusted that if a duty was given to you, you'd have executed it 100%. Why? Because you were not even afraid to call each other out. I was in all those groups. When someone was bringing issues, you'd call them out. But let me just bring something down to you with what the other speaker said. When the opportunity was given, I don't want to go biblical, but the king called you to his table. You had a Mordecai moment to go and be told, how do we put the guillotine to chop off corruption, to chop all these bad things you're talking about? Because this guy is saying, as much as I want to change, kidogo, my hands were tied. I think simtetei. But when you gave him the window to fire a cabinet, he fired the entire of it, including his attorney general. Instead of you saying, can we now be on this table and give you the IBC we want that reflects Kenya? Can we be on the table to give you the cabinet that reflects Kenya? We were still consumed in that emotion of, we can't talk. Let me ask you, you said you've tried to talk. It means you believe in channels of communication. You also believe that communication is the way we get things done. That's how all societies work. I just want you to tell us, how do we move from this Kenya where we all don't want to the Kenya we want? We have identified the problems. So how do we get to actionables? We have an idea on paper, you have an idea on paper. How do we get this idea from the paper to practicability? I've suggested legislation. You know, at the smallest level, like a lady called Fatuma said, she started an international NGO from the simplest level. So how do we get there? You know, this is why I want you to give us Kenya from your perspective, because we have two different perspectives. Some of us believe in, let's talk with each other and use the gains we have to get us to the gains we want. So just guide us on from a Gen Z perspective. How do we get to the Kenya we want? I agree. We are agreeing with you 100%. So how do we get there? If you are you, how would you get there? Just as in enlighten us.
I think there's something everyone is overlooking. You're only looking at the point where maybe they refuse to get on the table, but you're overlooking the fact that there's a lot of pain going on at the moment, and there's a lot of woundedness. Personally, I'm unable to sleep. I was up until I think about 4 in the morning, and I had classes today. So what we need, let's not overlook anything. I'm aware that the president, in fact, we were so excited when he was backing at IMF and World Bank, when he said we need a new organization that is fair to all. Okay, but where it turned around, because every time they find a very vocal voice, they have a way of getting around it to quell it. The president just needs to stop looking at this movement as the enemy. Instead, let them become his front runners, troops who are saying, instead of him being attacked by the West, front runners who are saying, we don't want this monster here. And the minute that happens,
sorry, I'm interjecting. I'm sorry. You know, you're contradicting yourself. You have just said the president should look at you as friends. He did. He called you. He told you, come and we reason together. I'm willing to hear you out. And what did we say? We said no. He called us. He said, come. We said no. So, you know, that's why I'm saying there's a level of confusion. Kuna ka confusion kako. Are you
no,
getting?
there's no confusion.
So how
How
does he leverage on your ideas if you cannot even meet him when he says come?
No, I'm not. First of all, I'm not the one to decide who meets him. What needs to be done? We need to call. I think someone else has a mic on.
I think Odumbe just mute for 1 minute, okay, so that we give nothing 2 minutes. Then you unmute yourself.
What we need to do first, acknowledge the pain that has and the loss that we have gone through. Let them pay for the bills and compensation, and let's end police brutality. Okay, then people can come. I'm not a decider on that issue. People can get on the table, and it will not be just a Gen Z conversation. It will be the entire country, because we are as strong as our weakest link, and everybody has something to bring to the table. But let's work towards what are the channels. This conversation is a difficult one and an easy one to have. But where there is pain and mistrust, it becomes difficult. Let's first, as a country, come up with who are the people who are going to address the issue. Let's first synchronize the issue of every sector that needs to be harnessed. Then once we have that, people can sit on the table and nothing comes out of it. And then the narrative will be, oh, but you gave, we gave you a chance on the table and absolutely nothing made sense. So can we have, if we're looking to move forward, can we have all agree to come up with, on a particular day, we're going to address this issue on a next day, so that when finally there's a meeting on the table, there's nobody in the dark. Sunshine is the best disinfectant. There's nobody in the dark on what happened, how did this change. We move together as a nation. And I think perhaps that's the best way forward. So let's not regurgitate on, you were given an opportunity. I don't think that door is shut. I don't think that door is shut.
Okay.
As a
I'm
nation, let's
going.
first have the conversation structured. And then when the people who need, personally, I'm very passionate about unemployment. So I would, that is an area I would be passionate about,
Okay.
and probably an idea
I'm going to give you a task.
different.
Kibe will open another space. You come in as a speaker if he grants you that. On that space, and don't talk again, because now we go to Odumbe. On that space, I want you to assume you are the leader we've chosen. I love it that you are good in communication. So I want you to give us a structure of communication, a timeline, because you said we need to heal, a timeline for healing as we move the nation ahead. I want you to work on that. Then we take the discussion from there, because I believe we need to bring our minds together, Gen Z and the rest of Kenya. So Odumbe, and mute yourself. Then we go to Joseph.
Okay, thank you. It's been a very interesting conversation, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak. Perhaps a bit of background. I'm speaking from a position of understanding the agitation that we're going through from 30 years experience of working in some of the most complex activism and rights movements in the world. Now, just as background, I think we need to understand one thing. We are dealing with bandits here, so there's no normal. Yes, we have a constitution. That is the hardware. That is the firm position that the law says we have to follow. But we're dealing with people whose mindset, whose attitudes have never respected that constitution. Make no mistake, these bastards are going to fight back because their lives depend on it. But what I will say, where we have reached through the Gen Zs, I'm not a Gen Z myself. My son would consider himself a Gen Z. But where we have reached is we have crossed a Rubicon. We've reached history in terms that there's a new normal. Yes, we are agitating. Yes, we are fighting back. But make no mistake, more people are going to die. There's going to be more heartache, and this is not going to be over soon. But when an idea has come, you can't stop it. There's a few issues I want to discuss based on the conversation in the last 20 minutes. Number one, the issue around dialogue. To be honest, let's face it, you can't dialogue with a murderer. Somebody who's killing you while telling you on the other hand, come and talk to me. No, you can't. That's just wrong in so many ways. That is just wrong. These guys are taking this movement for granted. There's attitudes of our watoto wanasema ni these tutois, what are they saying? They think it's normal that this thing itaisha to the other day and we'll go on carrying on as we've gone. The lady who's been speaking, I assume that's Josephine, I may be wrong, but she's made quite a lot of valid points. But my sense is there's still context to be put around it. This isn't a level playing field. These guys are fighting for, these bandits are fighting for their lives. You cannot deal with dialogue with people who are killing you. They don't care. Ruto is fighting with children. He's killing children. What are you doing dialoguing with a sociopath? A narcissistic sociopath. My biggest worry is getting to the state where Ruto must go becomes a reality will take time. But the alternative is for him to scorch the earth to retain the power he has. He's capable of doing that. Let's not talk about quote in quotes allegedly or whatever. We know he's capable of doing that. Even myself, I've been threatened. I live in London. I've been threatened so many times. I'm like, come on, if you want me to give you my address, this is it. Come for me. Because I speak truth to power. Those who follow me on social media knows I don't take prisoners when speaking truth to power. But my point is, this is a process that will go on for a while. Yes, we have ideas. Gen Zs are the voice of millions of Kenyans. My parents' generation, our generation, have post-traumatic stress disorder from the way we've been handled from Moi times and beyond. But the Gen Zs are the ones who have had the courage to come out and say, no, we're not having any more of it. Yes, there's a question, what do we do? What is next? And you've asked the question, one of the speakers, not just in one of the speakers saying, okay, what do we do? Why are we afraid to come to the table? But the point is this, we are still traumatized. We have to deal with that. I'm a student of history, and I study political history even as far back as 20,000 years ago. What Kenya is going through actually is not unique. We're at the stage where the natives are restless, and we have to go through a process of cleaning that up. But the point is, we're asking for solutions with people who've been abusing us. We've been in a toxic and abusive relationship. Actually, I'd be bold enough to say it's like asking your rapist, are you going to talk to me? Because that's what they've been doing. They don't give a damn about Kenyans. Look at how the police are operating. And for Ruto to suggest that the police are independent, that's nonsense. The shoot to kill orders are directly from him. I know, I understand government. I've been working in that space. People around me, including my parents, have worked in that space. There's no way cops would shoot to kill without orders from Ruto. No way. So when we look at the question of where do we go forward, number one, we still have to go through the process of agitating various things, whether it's about revealing what level of public debt we have so people understand. Yes, we're here on Twitter Spaces, but the real economy, the real people are on the ground. We have to talk to our people in the villages. We influence them, even for us here in the diaspora. My taxes are being used to buy people like Murkomen and watches and shoes and sijui what. It's very painful for all of us. You know, it doesn't matter whether you're based in Kenya or you're based abroad. The pain is the same. You know, so we have to continue these conversations. They're not going to end immediately. These guys are looking for leaders so they can strangle them, so they can bribe them, so they can do whatever they want to do with leaders. But it suits the movement that there are no visible leaders. Let it be organic. Leaders will emerge. They'll come out at the right time. But this journey is not over. It's not going to be quick. I can guarantee you, Ruto is going to scorch the earth to stay in power. But when an idea comes, you can't stop it. He's not going to be able to kill everybody. Let's continue with these conversations. Let's continue with these ideas, because everybody at their own level will contribute something that grows to the bigger picture. Everybody can contribute something at their own level. So let's just do what we're doing. Things are going to get worse before they get better. And I would like to encourage the Gen Zs, continue providing the voice for all of us. This isn't just a Gen Z movement. You are the microphone. You are the loudspeakers. But you speak for every grandmother, every mother, every child. You guys are the voice. Don't give up. Let's carry on. And I'm happy to share more insights. I know spaces are restricted because I have to give other people the opportunity to speak. But I'd be happy to answer any questions about any strategic or tactical issues about where we're going. But the biggest reminder of all for me is this is a war. These bandits are going to fight back. They're going to fight back. So we need to be prepared for that. Thank you. I'll yield the microphone back to the host.
All right, thank you, Odumbe. It's finally nice to hear from you. I have been following some of the things you say on Facebook for a long, long time. So it's good to hear the voice. Finally, appreciate that. You say the bandits will fight back, or the bandits are already out there doing the most?
Sorry, I didn't hear that. I had a call coming. Kibe.
Yeah, Odumbe, I was asking, so you're talking about the bandits. Who are the bandits?
The entire government system, from root downwards. The bandits, just a bit of context. In political history, if you follow political history, there's a concept of the resident bandits. These are people in government who masquerade as leaders and politicians. But in effect, they are people who exploit and abuse the population. Have you ever heard the term the natives are restless? This is where that comes from, where these people who exploit the masses because they gain from them for personal gain. So when I refer to bandits, there's nothing that these people aren't doing to Kenyans that isn't banditry. I hope that explains it. They steal from us, they exploit us. They steal from us, they exploit us, and their power is based on our oppression, our poverty, our ignorance, and they want to keep us that way to maintain their power. That's what I mean by bandits. I hope I've explained it, Kibe.
Perfectly. Thank you for your submission, man. I appreciate that. That was a nice, wonderful sub. All right. Let me hear from Cheruyot, and then we can start to close it up. Hey, who else is here? Nothing KE. I see you're here as well. Okay, let me get to hear from Cheruyot Arab Langat.
Well, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfectly. Go ahead.
Well, first of all, thank you to the host for having this space so that we can have our voices heard, or a bit we can share ideas. I agree with Odumbe that the bandits are already out doing the most. The Gen Zs have given us a voice that is really speaking to our issues. And much as we know that taking the bold step to ask roots out of government is going to be a very difficult process, we cannot sit back and just say that we cannot do it. We've got to at least try to whatever height we can. Ruto had started very well when he was condemning these IMF and World Bank, asking for a fair platform for especially the African countries who pay a lot in terms of interest, which to me was a fair point because we as a people from Africa, compared to all these other countries, England, for example, has a national debt of about 3 trillion, which to them is not a problem yet because the interest.
Josephine.
Yes.
Oh, so we lost these two guys. Okay, go ahead, Josephine.
Thank you, Kibe, and your co-host, and I really appreciate you giving me this opportunity. I want to bring about maybe 3 to 4 points. And point number 1, I would want to come out and first let me say good afternoon and good morning to fellow Kenyans wherever you are in the world. Yeah, my name is Josephine, and I want to bring about several points regarding our country and what we have, and maybe what we think we can also digest and see what do we have to do. I hope I'm audible. You can hear me? Can you hear me, guys? If you can hear me, can you just show me that up, please?
You're good, Josephine.
Okay, thank you.
Don't worry. You're good.
Yes. Now, the issue is that we need to come to an agreement despite that the eventualities that are happening in our country. We need to accept that at least 97% of our country, they run their businesses on loans. These loans are either individual or institutional based, which they are paying. And when they are paying these loans, what is happening? That means in most cases, with whatever has been happening in our country, they are no longer able to run their businesses, and people are also joining the team and looting and ensuring that the country, these people are not able to pay their loans back. When the bank comes to you as an individual, they're not even wanting to know what has been happening to the country, because they are telling you, Josephine, we have loaned you 5 million, and we don't care whether your business has been crumbled or not, you have to pay this money. So where are we putting our citizens in the country? One, we will be attracting several diseases to them, like high blood sugars and heart attack, and high blood pressure as well. These are things that will be finding these people. The escalation of the patients in the hospital is high, and the treatment is also expensive and even not available. I've heard from another platform some good free education, free medical. We need good infrastructure, and which is very good. We need these things, but at the same time, this person was actually telling us how we are supposed to agitate and go again and destroy so that we can construct again. We cannot destroy what we have so that we go and we construct again. Some of us, we've been born in very bad poverty, and when we are trying to come out of it, again we destroy everything and we go back to the same fit, and then we start again scrubbing up. What am I saying? We are fighting ourselves between a rock and a hard place as a country, and finding ourselves in such a scenario. We need to pick now what is the best strategy that we need to apply, because we have really tried to push out, and Ruto seems not to be listening, seems not to be wanting to hear what we are trying to say. And despite that, we cannot also back up and say that we are not going to proceed. We have to proceed. We have to keep moving. But what strategy are we supposed to use? What criteria, what are some of the ways that we can use so that we ensure that we are also within the law, and the people who are in the business, who have invested, they don't also go down and our country goes down and we find ourselves unable again to sustain ourselves, and now we need to be assisted by other countries despite the good job that we have done. And everybody says that Kenya is the capital city of Africa. We have made a name, but now we seem to be losing the track when we are neither here nor there. We need to start re-strategizing and focusing. Our foot soldiers have been injured. Our foot soldiers have been killed. Our foot soldiers have been wounded. What can we do? We are aggravating. We are in pain. We are in emotional disruption, and we are suffering as a country. What can we do so that we think it out and sober up and focus on the right things to do? Also, prioritizing. If you remember, when the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga was calling for maandamano immediately after elections, you remember His Excellency Madam Samia Suluhu of Tanzania saying, look, this is what's happening. We are getting so many investors coming into our country, reason being, in our neighborhood, the fire is burning. So the investors are no longer there. If now the few investors who are already remaining in the country realize we are going to continue with this maandamano in and out, and we find ourselves they are not achieving anything, and they're in our country trying to invest, and they have to keep up with their bills. They have to keep up with the employees who are our citizens, and then they decide to back off the country. Then what will be happening to our country? We will be deteriorating. We will be killing ourselves, our good dream, our good country with our own hands. A wise person is always advised that you need to be as wise as a snake, but as a cool as a dove. I want to tell ourselves, can we re-strategize? We can also look at how the crocodile does what do we call this? How does it get its prey? It will look at it and it moves under the waters until it attacks the whatever it needs to for its consumption, or whatever it wants to attack. It doesn't move with its head up, but also goes under the waters and gets there. And I think that's how exactly what happened to our country when the Gen Zs came. They attacked in a very special way. They used that way of the crocodile, and that's why everybody is saying the government was caught unawares. The government didn't see this coming. We can still re-strategize. I've heard several people say that let's go to JKUAT and bring, not JKUAT, but Kenyatta International Airport, and bring it down. We cannot destroy our own properties, then think that we are doing good to ourselves, saying let's bring everything down because I have nothing. No, we need to keep on looking on better strategies as we make Ruto understand this is our country, this is what we own, and this is what we are saying. Also, we need to be our foot soldiers to protect the properties of other people. Once we are out there in the maandamano and we see people trying turning to root people's businesses. We tell them, no, we are not out for this. We have an agenda. We have a mission. We have a vision. We are determined to get this. Because as much as we think we want to bring it down, and many people are saying that, I've asked several people, not many people, but several people actually articulating that we need to bring it down. People need to die. I disagree. We don't need to die for us to redeem our country. And those who are Christian and also even Muslims, those who understand the spiritual world, it's normally very clear and very categorical. Once innocent blood is shed, that land keeps on craving for more innocent blood. I don't
No,
think
just Finn. Whose blood is
yes,
innocent?
I'm just waiting up. So
Yeah, no, I have a question. Just Finn. I get
yes.
you, but answer my question. Whose blood is innocent? Now that you're talking about it.
The innocent blood is for our foot soldiers, the younger people, our Gen Zs who have gone out there and they fought. You see what happened? They were shot down. And them being shot down, that is an innocent blood because what they were fighting for. Actually, it's only what was
they were
there.
but they were on the front line of the battlefield. So it's not innocent blood. It is blood that knew what it was doing. They were on the battlefield. Why aren't you looking at this like a battlefield? Because every time you say innocent blood, then it means that you are victims and you are here to beg. Are you here to beg? Were Gen Z begging?
They weren't begging. They were actually asking for what is rightfully theirs and what is rightfully for the citizens of Kenya and what we deserve. However, they were not fighting because a person who is going to the battle war, they always have some weapons to fight back. Our young Gen Zs, what they had is a phone and a flag, and even with their hands up actually. So what does that mean? That means they were not in the battle.
But Josephine, but this is only from your side. From the other side, they did not see you as unarmed. They saw you as armed to spoil our reputation, armed to do all these things. So the battle that you're talking about, you're deluded because you think there's no battle. You think this is a fair ground where these people will give you what you want, and or they'll open the doors for you to go into their offices. They'll open the parliament for you to go help impeach them. So you think they're playing? Think they're playing fair? That's why you're talking like this.
And that's what we expected. We expected when we go out there in big numbers and they say no, this is not what we want for our country. We expected them to back up, down, and they say yes, we can listen. Now we are going to adopt the Finance Bill 2023-2024. Yes, this is not right. We are going also to address the issues of corruption and the fact and they suck out the officers whom you are complaining about. That's what we expected. I don't know that answered you, Mr. Kibe.
Okay. Not satisfactorily, but you've answered me somehow.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Josephine. I was really trying to close this up. I just thought I would engage you a bit there.
I really appreciate, and I'll be joining the other forum. So what I'm saying, as much as we have facilities, let's first sustain and protect the facilities we have. Then after that, we can now see the way forward. Thank you so much for listening to me, and may God bless you. May God bless our country. Let's be critical thinkers and look forward for what is best for us as a country. Thank you, Mr. Kibe.
All right. Charles Mbovi, are you here?
Yes, I am here. How do I make my speaker be heard?
How do you make your what?
Can I be heard?
Yeah, you're good. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Kibe, and thank you for the forum. I'll just be so brief. I'll start with one saying from Dalai Lama. Who he said, If you keep speaking, you keep repeating what you already know. If you keep quiet, you learn something new. And moving forward, yes, the movement is good. The initial momentum was good, but the other people, the opponents, are playing with us with these 3 Ds: delay, deny. It's called the 3 Ds: delay, dilute,
Did we lose him?
deny. You can hear me, right? Yo, Kibe.
Maria Mugo, are you there?
No, I'm on the phone.
Hi, I think I can still hear Charles speaking.
Yeah, I'm still there. Oh, Kibe, you cannot hear me? How come? But I'll keep going. Let the voices, let the ears which can hear me. Don't cut me short, Kibe. I'm going to that moment of saying they're using the 3 Ds: delay, dilute, deny. We went through the delay. They were delaying the objection of the financial bill. Now they are diluting. Dilution is that moment when they are coming and bringing all this propaganda to dilute the motive of the Gen Z. Okay, and they are bringing all these propagandas to show that we are divided, we are not together, even all those things. And then the next thing will be deny. So let's not find ourselves in the deny after having put ourselves, yourselves, I'm not a Gen Z myself, I'm a Gen X. So let's not wait to that moment when we find that we are denied. What we can do is, the Gen Z can do, I'm not a Gen Z, I'm a Gen X. What we can do is tone down, restructure. I'm not selling fear. Restructure, reconstruct, then move forward with a valid agenda, and then the dilution will not work. Remember, they're doing the 3 Ds: delay, dilute, deny. Thank you. That's my time. Thank you, Kibe, for giving me the time, and I appreciate for the space.
3 Ds. Thank you, Charles. Appreciate that. Maria Mugo, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. So thanks for the
Go ahead.
mic. I have been listening in, and I'm really happy for what the space is doing. Your space is doing. You're ripping people away from these petty sentiments and bringing them back to rationality. And there's something that I've noted from my end. As Gen Z, we do not have a deficit of ideas. We do not have a deficit of we should do this or we need to do this. No. What we don't have is something immediate. Like what is the bridge between you and doing that? And I think that is what Anthony and somebody else was asking, a lady who was speaking. She had very good ideas, but I think I'm at a point where I can see that we as Gen Zs are not yet ready for this conversation. Yeah, how are we legitimate? Like we, as much as it's a movement on the ground, how do we become legitimate? Whether it's by by having leaders, or since we are claiming we are leaderless, what kind of legitimacy do you have, or should we get to sit in that where I can see committee, whether it's in Bomas or if we are bringing them to the space, we still need legitimacy, because we are fighting systems that have been refined through years and years. People have been refining. The corruption that we are fighting has been refined. Haikukuja jana. We didn't just wake up and find ourselves here. No, they have been refining these systems, and we can't fight them without structures as well. This is a country of structure, because as much as I want change, I'm also bound by law. So at times, like what happened yesterday, at times we might say, you know, the constitution gives you a right to get to the ground, but still that same law does allow for security bodies to say, we've cancelled mandamano, we've cancelled demonstration. It is lawful. It is in Kenyan law. And maybe wakili, I've seen a wakili here, maybe I misinterpreted the law kidogo, but I read from the Public Order Act, Section 8. The police can cancel peaceful demonstrations. So after such after the police have cancelled peaceful demonstrations, we didn't know what to do next. Like, tumeambiwa sasa you've been delegitimized from the streets. What next? The reason we are confused is because we lack legitimacy. And lacking legitimacy gives space for people like ODM, who claim to be the current opposition, to take up space where we should be taking space, but we can't because we are not legitimate. That is my submission. Thank you.
Kibe, sorry to interject again and to enter to that. Kindly give me the space because I had not finished my time, please.
Sure, go on.
Okay, I just want to point out two observations. I was in the space yesterday, and there's this lady from USIU who spoke about, she's learning law. She was there today again, and the moderator, not Kibe, was cutting her short. See, the point of the space is to share ideas, to see the way forward, not to push forward our ideas. So allow me to just to say, in my observation, she was saying good things, and she was being cut short. Anyway, moving forward, I think also we should not allow lawyers who are in the space to come and give us sell fear to us. Wasituuzie uoga. I'm not a Gen Z, and I'm not in Kenya, I'm in diaspora. I know my contribution is minute, but it's still a contribution. We should move forward and have a strategy. There's another guy who spoke yesterday in the evening at your space. I think his name is Humphrey, who is in the IT spectrum. He said he can consolidate all that has been said in this space, in the other space, and we can have a consultative, one combined forum. And Kibe, you allowed him, you said, yeah, go ahead. You told him to take the initiative. I think we should move forward with such mindsets if we have to win the game. If we relent and if we go just repeating what we already know, then we shall lose the war. If we want to see a better Kenya, a Kenya which has structures, and I like what Kibe said yesterday, it's not about the leaders, it's about the structures that are put forth, the systems that are put forth for them to work. For example, if I have to apply for a passport, and the system is that I have to go and bribe there, push, it's not a working system. But if I have to apply the passport through the passport application portal, and it goes forth, and I'm told, come and collect, that's a working system. What we should look for is to see for working systems. I'm sorry if your co-host, Kibe's co-host, I bashed you, but I think you should not stop people who are talking some sense, because of pushing your personal ideas and just interjecting to push your thinking for them to think like you're thinking. Let everybody be individual and independent. Thank you for that. And I thank you for the space.
You know, I like something Mariam has said. Mariam has said that going forward, you know, if we continue moving forward without a definitive end game, we shall be scattered. I want you to look at what is happening today on Twitter. You know, there's this push of Raila Odinga. You know, there's this push for Raila Odinga. So the question, Charles, and I want you, Charles, to come back and tell us, how do we transition? I don't know whether you are saying Ruto has transitioned, Raila Odinga has transitioned, because we cannot sit, even clean water, put it in a bottle without moving it. It becomes stale. So how do we transition? Because if we don't transition quick enough, we shall become stale. So how do we continue agitating for the Kenya we want, okay, and still have gains to achieve that Kenya we want? I want us to go, you know, you, Mariam, let's narrow down on that. Let's narrow down on how do we transition as everyone else is transitioning. You know, we are playing a game of politics. So all other, like what Mariam has said, all other politicians have structures. So all these structures now have transitioned. The only guys who are not transitioning is us. You want to tell me we continue moving on with one style, we shall achieve what we want? So how do we transition? That's my simple question. We know our problems. So how do we go to the next stage?
I'm in agreement with your sentiments, and I agree. Without structures, there's no moving forward. By the way, let me introduce myself. My name is Charles, and I'm doing PhD, which is for strategic management in organizations. Yeah, without an organized structure, we cannot move forward. Nobody can move forward. But how do you do it?
Give Gen Zs a structure.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm trying to do that.
Thank you.
Okay, if you have the end goal, you first have to get the goal. And then and people have been speaking about that. I've been on this space and I've been listening. And those are the sentiments of everybody. Let's have the goal, then let's cut those goals into semi-goals, small goals, then we shall go there. If we just go there, they have listened to us. They will apply the 3Ds.
You know, Charles, sorry. You know, they're already applying them.
They're already applying right now, and now we're in the dilute stage where these bloggers are coming and putting all things, feeding us with fake information. That is dilute, dividing us. Even you saw that meeting with Kalonzo, that's dilute. We don't know how it transpired. We are in dilute moment. If they dilute us, if they dilute the Gen Z, then we'll start fighting against each other. I've gone to another forum, and it's all disarray because dilution has entered. Now we need to look forward. We should know that we are in dilution stage. Let's not forget the motive. Let's not forget our ideologies. Let us not forget our goal. From there, we move on.
Okay, Nicholas. Nicola, what is Nicolas saying? I'm seeing his hand up. Unmute yourself, Nicholas.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Andrew Kibe. I've found the space where people are now talking on ways forward. And this makes me happy. This morning, in another space, I was talking about how we can change tactics. And moving forward, I believe that what shall make us achieve something is that we should change from being activists to being advocates. Activism is where you create attention, you offset things and affect the system and offend the system. That one has happened, and the result is that there are some of our demands that have already been worked on and being put to practice by the president. Like our activism led to shutdown of the finance bill, that was a score. It led to dissolution of the cabinet. We all know all those things that has been achieved. Now let us be advocates. And advocacy does not bar room for dialogue, because most of our demands, some of them require dialogue, some of them require action. For example, I was just saying this morning that I have a problem with the constitution, which gave the members of parliament the authority to enact a law that can see their recall. That is a policy issue that we need to speak about, because you cannot employ somebody and then you have him set rules to fire himself. You have made them make a law that makes them immune to be recalled. That's a policy issue. We have to talk about it. And that's why if Baba says, let's dialogue, I need dialogue that addresses such like things. I don't need dialogue that addresses obvious things that need action, like firing people who are corrupt. Another policy that needs a conversation is the Political Parties Act, whereby we elect leaders into parliament, and when their coalition or party does not.
Okay, we've lost you. Duke, unmute yourself. Sema. Is it only me who can't hear you guys?
No, I
No, I
can
can't
hear
hear
you.
Duke as
You're
well.
laudable enough. You're laudable enough.
Okay. So Kidogo, Duke, mute yourself so that Nicholas finishes, then you come in. Okay, Nicholas, finish. Duke, talk. We can hear you. I think Nicholas is gone.
Come on a space. I can add one on one thing, if I'm allowed.
Who is talking? Charles or
Charles?
Duke?
Charles.
Okay, Charles.
Okay. I really do not like the space. I mean, to fear that will stop our motivation. So even if it's a lawyer who has gone to school of law, other people have gone to other schools, school of life, school of everything. Let us not sell fear. We should have a strategy going forward. And the strategy is do not relent, go forward, and have pertinent issues that
But
can.
You see, Duke, Kidogo,
Okay, sir.
We've been saying don't relent, go forward. What we are asking is the way forward. No one is saying about relenting.
Yes.
Okay, let me just put it. We have two options.
Yeah.
Either continue with the mandamano, or we change our style of mandamano and go and negotiate as we mandamana, or we stop mandamano fully and negotiate.
Okay.
For the Kenya we want.
For me,
we can't have it.
For me, I would think, that's my thinking. The Uhuru Park thing is a moving forward thing. Okay, and that is something that will be sustaining the mandamano perspective. Now, even if we go to Uhuru Park, we stay there for 1 year. If we don't have pertinent issues that can be resolved, then we have no voice. And remember, they are diluting our ideas. Always have that in mind. So as we go even to the mandamano, as we go to the Uhuru Park thing, let us have issues that can be tabled. And no dialogue, yes, but we need to have the voices be heard. And the voices cannot be viewed as it makes sense. They have to be things that are making sense, things that are moving the country forward. That's my take.
You know, Duke, what you're saying, and I'll tell you back why. I will even give you why Bonnie, the activist, chose Uhuru Park.
Yeah.
He chose Uhuru Park because that is where Wangari Maathai sat for close to a year. But the
Yes.
difference with her sitting,
Yeah.
do you know what was the difference was? You know those things you're saying, pertinent issues?
Yeah.
They had them written on placards.
Yes.
Because, let me tell you something, Bonnie, and Kibe has been alluding to this for the longest time. We must become issue-based. It's like, you know, anything that lacks issue loses substance.
Yes.
So, the reason Wangari Maathai went to Uhuru Park, and I'm seeing a guy called David, I think it's David Makali. Yes, David Makali. I think Kibe can bring him in. The reason Wangari Maathai went there is because she had started with the street movement, with Greenbelt. Her hair was plucked, she was beaten, her accounts were frozen, until she realized one thing. I need to start fighting Moi intellectually. Because if I continue fighting him in the street, he has all the ways to beat my body down. So she asked herself, how can I agitate in two ways? You have to have a multi-pronged activism. How do I attract the attention of the world to myself, the attention of the nation to myself, and the attention of Arap Moi to myself? She chose Uhuru Park because it was in the middle of Nairobi.
Agreed.
The day Moi attacked her, all the media in the world was on her. Because they asked, why are you attacking defenseless women seated down, simply raising a concern?
And
I think
that's that's the
about,
time they went to
let me
town
finish.
without
Let me
bras
finish.
and
You know, you are
without
lucky.
bras.
Yes, you are lucky I can't mute you. Good.
So
I was coming to that point.
I will mute myself.
I was
But
coming
that's the
to that
time when they
point.
went to town braless. I know that and I remember that.
Good. I want to bring guys to this panel to
I'm Gen X, so I know
the
all
moment, that. Good. The moment this woman realized that she can have impact,
but
that
then
single
after
act,
that,
I'm not telling people to remove bras,
yeah.
But that single act of her removing the bra,
yeah.
won the
And there were
battle.
several women, even Church was there, even
exactly.
CK was there, everybody was there.
But do you agree her strategy was non-violent? No goons could attack her, because
Yes.
if anyone tried to attack her, people would be like, why are you attacking her?
Agreed. They were still attacked. They were still attacked.
Yes,
they were still
but
attacked.
She became the victim.
Yes.
She stopped becoming the aggressor.
But she went back and re-strategized.
Exactly. We are saying the same thing, Charles.
So we re-strategize and we go back with, yeah.
We need a formula that will bring the attention of this country and of the world back to us.
Yeah, and I
so
will
that
ask
now we can start talking about the wage bill, corruption, a bloated government, unemployment, like what Nothing has said, that unemployment is close to our heart. That is the only way. But so long we keep running around in the streets,
yes,
we are becoming two protagonists.
And I will ask you and Andrew Kibe, the host.
I finished.
Bring in that guy who spoke yesterday, that Humphrey guy, who said he can bring in whatever has been spoken in all these spaces together, and then people can vote, so that we can have one common voice. Do you know, I'll tell you one thing that maybe many people don't know, the Gen Zs. The divide and rule thing still works. Do you know why Kirenyaga is called Kirenyaga? Kikuyu is called Kikuyu. Ukambani is called Ukambani? Because it was divided. This guy, our former leader, president, he came and divided the provinces and everything to call as per their names. Before that, there were no atikitu inaitwa Kikuyu, inaitwa Ukambani, no, it was one region, but divide and rule. Ilileta ukabila.
Charles,
so once we strategize ourselves and we put ourselves together, voiceless, we need a leader.
Charles, do you agree that when goons came in, it was to turn the public mood against the mandamano?
Of course, that was clear.
I want us to go point by point. Point by point.
Yeah.
Now, do you agree that the public mood is shifting against mandamano?
Exactly.
Good.
And
Now,
that is a dilute now. We are in dilute.
exactly. I'm with you 100%.
We
And
are
I
in
want
dilute
Miriam
now.
now
We need to
because
know that we have already been diluted. So
thank
what
you.
is the way forward?
Good. The way forward is what you've suggested, but no one is doing these suggestions. It's the high time we start saying what are the issues we want. You can't say government knows. We've been saying that. No. Let us have our issues structured.
Exactly.
Because every
I agree with you.
government wants a functioning nation.
Exactly.
True or not true? Every
In
government
Africa,
wants
it's
a
not like in
functioning
Europe or in the US, where the PM
and
is
can
told you
resign.
have not performed and then they step down. In Africa, we cannot
Exactly.
see that.
Do that. Let me tell you something, Charles, and I'm happy we're having this conversation with you. And I'm happy Mariam is here. And I'm happy there was this lady, nothing is back on the podium.
The
I'm happy.
USIU lady was speaking very well, and
I know
somehow
Josephine
she
very
was
well.
cut
We've
short.
been on. No, let's now move on. She will come back. Okay?
Yeah.
Guys, if we don't start being smart, we shall be used and dumped. Okay? So can we start structuring ourselves strategically? Because that's the only thing that I've been missing in this entire movement thing, is strategy. We started with something, but I was going back to Bonnie, and I don't want to attack him. But anytime you tell Bonnie, what are the issues? Ruto must go. He knows that's the longest route.
No, that's
getting
not
the
the only
changes we
mantle.
want.
That's a wrong mantle.
Exactly.
He should go, but yes, we have to have pertinent issues to make
a
him go.
structure. Exactly. Now, what do we go forward? And I want nothing to come back to this because they are the Gen Zs. Me, I'm a millennial. I'm heading to 40.
Me, I'm
But
X.
I want, as nothing comes in, I want us to appreciate that we are now starting to have a convergence of mind. Okay? So nothing, as you come back in, I want us to talk on how do we move forward? You've tried writing letters, they are not working. So how do you use what you know, the ideas you have? How do we coalesce around them? What you are thinking, what Mariam is thinking, and what Duke is thinking, so that we work in harmony rather than working in
Exactly. Consolidating the ideas, putting them forward to get the goal. Thank you. Thank you for the time.
So am I allowed to speak?
Peleka 375 kwa Mr. Chips. Okay.
Okay, allow me to address a couple of issues. The issue of destruction of property, it's very, very regrettable. I don't think that was on the agenda. If we can all remember, they kept saying, we are peaceful, we are peaceful, we are peaceful. So it's very sad to see the destruction of property and lives. But this happens sometimes when you have the aggression, the heavy-handedness we have seen from the police. I pray we can appeal to the police for them to understand that they are our brothers and sisters. We don't intend to harm them, and we have seen that they have honestly human hearts, because like the Uhuru Park thing, they were actually giving food to people. So let's bridge the gap between the police, the security, and the protesters. Let's avoid any distraction. I think I've seen posters where they say, should you step out, make sure if you find anyone stealing, destroying, arrest. But also, let's not be blind to the fact that they have been people who probably should have been a part of us, but they ended up behaving like goons. And then there was the introduction of goons. Look at it from the point of view that Kenya is our home. We have nowhere to run. I said this before when Kibe was hosting. Our neighbors have all fought and they're right here. So war is not an option in this country. So we should continue. Maybe we should commit to that fact that destruction of property is a no. Number two, I feel so sad when I hear people talk about foreign investor. What are you guys talking about? Africa is the richest continent ever. Magufuli built Tanzania to a mind-blowing level without external debt. So can we stop talking about foreign investor? Number two, Kenyans come to life to the way foreigners come to Kenya, they run businesses. In fact, they become like demigods. A country like China, for a Kenyan man to run a business there, has to marry a Chinese girl and even still hide around.
Nothing. A minute. Sorry.
So,
I want us to concentrate on nothing. How do we
I'm
turn
coming to
around
that.
this movement to start winning?
I'm coming to that. I'm just addressing what has been said many times before. So I want Kenyans to first believe in yourself that we can do it. We can turn around this country, and perhaps even the president is the best person to do this with. So he should not look at other Kenyans like their enemy. People keep saying there are two sides to a coin. There are actually three sides to a coin. So let him also shine a bit of advice from his team. And then I don't speak for the Gen Z. I'm not looking for a job in government. At best, I can come in as a consultant when I'm done with school, which will be in a couple of weeks. What I would somebody said this to Kibe yesterday, and that is what this gentleman is saying, that we can actually, and I highlighted earlier, we can have a platform. We can either say sisi kwa sisi as Kenyans, where we look at an idea, we poke holes. They're not perfect ideas. Everybody can contribute to harness an idea. We poke holes on the idea, bringing together, carve it in a way that it perfectly fits. Because what I know is that ideas on a table, when it comes to implementing, variations come in. So let's look at working together. So when we come to, and I can't stop anyone from saying what they want to say, when we come on board on, and I think somebody had said that Andrew's next space will be about looking at ideas, shade of the shade of the, what is it called? And he said that earlier, the victim mentality. Be bold. Kenyans are good at anything they put their mind to it. It's just that because of lack of opportunity, when someone starts Uber, everybody gets into it. Yet there's a ton of things that we can do. So let's have a platform where we can bring in those. If this is a platform you want us to address, then you need to say this is a platform. But I would prefer, if to avoid repeating the same thing, Kibe, if you may reach out to other people who have been hosting spaces and say, hey guys, we're having a space on the Kenya we want. And we give people we've never heard about, because I was so disappointed in a different space where someone was saying, this person has no followers. We are as strong as our weakest link, where we come together and say, today it's idea based. Even someone can say, Kibe can structure it and say, the only voice I want to hear is people talking about education. Then the next one, by the time people are saying, okay, fine, guys, can we head into the direction of sitting on the table? You'll not look back and start saying, these hopeless people did ABCD. We will come with a packaged idea. And Kibe said yesterday about leadership. It's too early. We don't know about people's character. It's too early to have leaders. The leadership now we want is where people bring ideas on the table and say, let's look at this way. This is how it can be achieved. And then we go that in that direction. Personally, I said, I'll hold my ground on unemployment. It's very clear in my mind what I want to do and exactly how I wanted to do it. So let's agree. Can we have a platform? Can Andrew host first talk to other people so that we can cover as many people as possible? And then we bring in the ideas on, guys, what do we do? But if this is where you want us to do it, then tell me that, because I don't want to jump the gun. Thank you.
Okay, nothing. Now let's give Maria. Maria, I can see you, but let's give, because you've spoken, Luvicia. Then there's a guy here called, okay, he doesn't. Okay, give Luvicia. Then after Luvicia, Maria comes in. So Nini, unmute yourself, Luvicia.
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunities. I think kwa hii space tumekuwa tunaongea sana hii story and the way the point is the way forward. So from the way circumstances na unravel, inaonekana kwamba we need to re-strategize. Yeah, at the beginning basically because we don't have wanasema hii ni leaderless movement on personal level, venye ulianza a general hashtag kwamba Ruto must go, I felt tuli but kama tunge focus on things we can achieve and that makes sense, then niliona hii inaweza make sense. So that's what
Is it me who lost Luvicia?
No, I also can't hear him.
Okay. Just Maria, go on then. Oh, now I can hear you.
all right. So I was saying at the beginning tulianza vizuri, but now at this point we needed to restructure. Kwa mfano tuliwashtua, unajua ile time tulikuwa tumewashtua, and now unaona political class wameregroup and they are going to use all means to divide us. Na ilianza kuonekana tu the moment kila mtu alianza kuhost spaces yake, then unapata.
So Anthony, I can't hear Luvicia. Is he still talking?
Yes, he is.
Oh, tell him to drop off and come back.
Okay, Luvicia, drop then utarudi. Okay. Maria, say you have something on your mind.
Yeah, I would like to engage nothing kidogo and help bring you home. Like you have tabled very pertinent issues, and you've been articulate on. Yani you've done some heavy background research on things that hata mimi singefikiria to look into. But here is the thing. You have the data, you have the facts. Which table are you bringing them to? Like you're heading home, yes, but unakatalia kwa jirani. How do you get home? How do you join this table? How do you bring those solutions that you have to a table? And which table is this? This I'm saying this referring to the issue on legitimacy. We have a movement, we have solutions, we've listed problems, we've already talked about them, we've been talking about them for the past 3 weeks. We have solutions, but how do we take a step forward and start activating the solutions? This brings in the issue of legitimacy. We are not legitimate. That is the bitter truth. I mean, saizi, we don't even qualify as the opposition of this country, and yet hearsay is we have the majority. That's all.
So before nothing jumps in, I'll take you back to something someone said. That the biggest problem with the Gen Z, you have the numbers, but you guys never vote. You have the numbers, but you guys can never speak in one voice. You know, Maria is saying we have our ideas, but we are unpackaged. We are everywhere. And that's what I'm trying to tell you, nothing. Okay. You anytime you take the mic, don't talk about, we know what IMF is doing. We know our potential. We know everything. Give us a solution. Let's assume you've graduated. Now you are our consultant. The Gen Z movement just cleared the way for Raila Amolo Odinga and Kalonzo Musyoka. You guys will still be left in the street. I hope that thing is sinking in. So Maria, you can unmute. I think before Maria nothing comes in. Does anyone else want to say something? Okay, nothing. Take it off. Take it up.
I think the best way to shape the conversation is to allow a space where we can now talk about solutions, and that will direct people. But when it comes to leading a leaderless revolution, and I think people are used to leaders that people are not moving forward to read books whereby you understand how this thing can work. I think the best way to bring people together so that nobody is left behind, and it's no longer about Gen Zs, it's about Kenya. The best way is can you guys come up with a platform, talk to each other, come up with a platform where now we talk about what the solution are going to be. That way, you bring in people, there'll be no backlash of people saying, oh, exactly who are you talking about? Well, I agree with you 100%. But the way to do it, when you want to win the hearts of people, don't tell them what to do, show them. Well said, well done is always better than well said. So let's bring people together and say, let's have a conversation. Where are we going? What is this about? And you'll be surprised effortlessly.
Nothing.
They're not bad
We are
people.
close to 1,000 people on this space, so we are already together.
Okay, fine.
We're already together.
I
So
think I
start with the
already
multitude you have.
okay.
Don't wait. And in any movement, people will always be left behind, and others will follow you. So let me just give you some back history. Kibe has tried what you're saying, but everyone has their own pride and their own strategy. So Kibe did try to bring everyone in one space. Okay, it didn't work. So now we can only work with the space we have. Okay, and I am happy we are getting progress. I hope you notice that out of the 4 Gen Zs in this group, you all seem to agree that there needs to be a change of strategy. We need to start talking as we are doing other things. True or not true?
True.
Good. So let's now discuss. We have identified the problems. Okay, we know our potential. And I'll encourage you guys to do one thing. Go and study the history of Wangari Maathai. And you realize that for you to change any government and to get the Kenya you want, you need to be on the table, not on the streets. Wangari Maathai simply agitated on the streets for so long. It was actually after Uhuru Park that she ended up on the table. Her fight and Moi stopped after Uhuru Park. Okay? Because they were now able to talk with each other and not at each other. So you can propagate a movement silently, but inside the movement you are trying to change. But you need one foot in. Then you put the next foot in. Then you have your waistline in. Then you have your body and your whole body in. Okay? Right now, people who are out now are back in. We are still out. Am I making some sense to you guys? So next time people are on spaces, let's not say, when someone tells you we are going here, ask yourself, of all the grounds, why did he pick a specific one? You guys, we started having multitudes going out. Somewhere, somehow, the crowds are getting smaller. The talking spaces are getting smaller. Why? Because public trust is waning. And if it wanes, we will have fought for so much and achieved nothing. So how do we now expand this talking space we have to say, you know what, guys, there's a space somewhere where people are actually talking about ideas. And I'll give you a classic example, Malcolm X versus Martin Luther King. Malcolm X was, well, let's stay on the street. Martin Luther King was, no, we need another form of agitation. Today, the world remembers more of Martin Luther King and part of Malcolm X. Because progress only happens when you start engaging and changing your emotions. That's the point we need to realize. Okay, Mariam, real gone. Yeah, take over. I'm struggling with your names.
Okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah.
All right. So I just want to start by saying that I don't know why most of you guys don't see that imeenda. The moment you see Raila teaming up with Ruto, you already know that they are trying to drive us into this conversation they're talking about, into sitting in a boardroom. And that in itself is a problem, because now that means the politicians will be shaping the conversation. So going into the solutions, just to emphasize on my point before I go into the solutions, I was just listening to Nuru Okanga and the rest of the ODM guys talking about how Baba has goons, and talking about they are going to release their goons and all that. So right now the streets is no longer an option, and we must now start looking at different direction. So some of the solutions that I can suggest is one, first we need to own the space. If you have been following everything that's been happening, is that most of the work was being done from the social media and then pushed down to the streets. And we need to own that space of social media. We need to shape the conversation. All of us here need to speak one language. We need to push for the same agenda. So that's one thing that needs to be done. Then, if you've realized, Nairobi shapes the conversations for the rest of the country. And unfortunately, in the past few days, we've started now seeing the conversation starting from the village coming this other side. If that happens, that means we've lost the whole thing. Yesterday, I was just I attended a space for Elgeyo Marakwet, and I could hear them engaging their governor so well. There's now awareness. People are now coming out to say we can actually ask for accountability from our leaders. And that is the direction that we need to go. We need to remove this already stigma that has been associated with the movement, that the movement is violent. And we need to deassociate ourselves from that movement, that violent movement, back to how it all began, where we were very peaceful. We had one goal, which was to reject finance bill. We need to list, the very important things that we need to be addressed immediately by the government. We need to shape the conversation throughout the country. The country needs to get back our guidance from Nairobi going downwards to the villages. But it cannot be the other way around, because now everybody start doing their own things and it becomes unruly and we lose focus. And that's why, for me, I would say, from my own opinion, instead of saying Ruto must go, why don't we say Ruto must reform? And we point out the things that need to be reformed. We all realize that we have a 60-year-old mess that needs to be corrected. Everybody, it's only that right now all these things have now come out. And Ruto, unfortunately, has to take this burden. But we have seen the goodwill from Ruto. Why don't we take advantage? They usually say, if you give me a mile, I will push it to 1,000 miles. And that is the advantage we have. If we've been given this opportunity, then we can take advantage of that small opportunity, that 1 mile, and keep pushing and pushing and pushing until we achieve everything that we have. Everybody has spoken about all the ills that we have had in our country. There's so many reports that have been done. There's so many commissions that have been put in place. For instance, there's Waki report, there's Ndungu report on land. There are all these things sleeping somewhere. Nobody wants to implement them. How can we then push the government? This is not something we are asking them to do afresh. It's already there. We have it on face. We can see it. So, as I said, we've been given 1 mile. Let's take advantage of that 1 mile and push it to 1,000 miles. We can correct these things if we push ourselves back on board to how we began
and stop this issue of Occupy Uhuru Park and all this stuff, we're not heading anywhere. Right now, guys, I don't know. We are still delusional, thinking that we are still in charge, but we need to understand that the moment Baba joined Ruto, you need to know that this thing is already gone. We do not engage these politicians in the space, in their comfortable space. We lose in a very big way. And now these things will turn into a blame game. The Gen Zs are violent and all this stuff. So those are my few pieces of senses. Thank you for the opportunity.
Real gone. You know what? You are the guy I've been waiting to hear from. You know, I told guys, there's one thing you need to realize, eh? Am I audible, by the way?
Yes, you're audible.
Now, Blue Sam, you're next. Now, I don't know whether you've noticed that we moved the national conversation from mainstream media to X. Now, Real Gone, you've said something. Duke Sawa. Now, I want us to tell Kibe, because I know Kibe can get someone who has an influence somewhere in government. So Kibe will be telling us, today, the governor of this place has agreed. I want you to ask a good question. And you know what I like about Kibe? Because Kibe can hold a sober conversation. And I'm not blowing his trumpet. He can. So that we engage this person on Mr. Minister, Madam PS or Mr. PS. These are the things we want to see changing in your ministry. And we give her time without, unainganga space ingine nasikia sijui vacuum kundu yako, all that nonsense. We remove that nonsense. We start talking about issues. Because Gona said that yesterday, I also nilinge special ergo marakwit, that these guys have realized if we don't engage these people, they'll turn on us. So my suggestion would be, because we've already missed the table of IEBC, I don't know whether we missed it or not, but if Kibe can tell us today, and I hope I'm not putting him on the spot, that, you know what, guys, I'm going to bring you this guy. I want you to prepare your questions, and I want us to have a sober discussion, devoid of insults. We are not calling a person to insult them. We are calling them to ask questions so that we understand where we are and where we want to go to. So, I know those are the solutions I'm asking for, or we are asking for, the way forward and how to get there. Blue Sam, unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you so much. So in my speech kidogo nitadifanawe kiasi, but I hope you will bear with me. Now, I want to say that, you see, I had some people say, from after...
Man, Anthony, I can't hear Bluesman.
Oh.
After waiting all that time. Bluesman, see, drop off and
Urudi,
come back.
Then utafanywa speaker immediately.
Okay, sawa.
Yeah.
Sai unanisikia?
Mimi nakusikia. Kibe
unanisikia?
In fact, Anthony, let me make you co-host for a minute so you can help me sort this, this mess. Yeah, so tell Bluesman to drop off and come back. We'll give him a chance to go straight into the conversation.
Okay. Blue Sam.
Ni drop, eh?
Drop urudi. Sijui kama ndaweza kumake. Naona Kibe amenitumia kitu ya kunimake co-host. But okay, before Kibe comes back, if you can hear Blue Sam, put a thumbs up.
Aya, kama unanisikia tafadhali nionyeshe kwa mkono. Aya, huyu ananisikia mwingine.
We are game. Okay. Go on.
Okay, so allow me to niongee like ni differ so many of your of your ideas. So mimi kitu nitasema number one. Unasema that ni poa tuende kwa tuende kwa table moja na wao, which is a great idea, eh? But the fact is kitu kama tuliachieve rejection of hiyo bill bila kwenda kwao directly, because kama last year the problem was mwenye alikuwa na push demos against a finance bill ni mse mwenye ni hypocrite, that is Raila. Like deep inside yeye anataka share yake, hataki kutetea wananchi. So at least usikwe na ile ati to discourage that ati najua tunaweza in a way, but of course we need to be tumejipanga. Secondly, the reason numbers zimeingia of course ni juu ya hii kuleta mambo ya goons. So unapata watu wengine wamekuwa abducted,
and what have you. So that's why numbers zimekam to reduce. So one thing I will agree now. Somebody, where is the noise coming from? Anthony. Anthony, please mute. Please mute. Okay, yeah, okay. I think it's okay now. So kitu nasema, okay, we need yes to have clear ideas. Of course, tuna need kuwa na agenda zenye tuna push. Zenye tunafaa, okay, ukiangalia the Auditor General huwa anatoa some reports za corruption almost kila time unapata, kama jana unasikia sijui na yes. So those are some of the ideas. I thought wale watu wenye wanaundanga poster, the graphic designers, wanaweza kuwa wanaunda poster yenye inasema maybe arrest fulani wa fulani. So tuna push for recovery of that money as we continue on the streets, because me na feel bado story ya street haijaenda, because okay, hao wenye wanasema sijui wako na goons, hiyo ni okay, hiyo ni nini tu, hiyo ni porojo yao. Of course itakuwa difficult ku succeed, lakini ni very possible. So history ya leaderless again, nataka ku emphasize that Gen Z walikuwa successful wakiwa leaderless, compared to kama Raila last year venye alikuwa na reject finance bill akiwa yeye ndo leader, because yeye alikuwa ana negotiate pale mbele, ana kanjwa zake anarudi. So tukisema tulete leader, we can see like for example tushaileta wasi tu kadhaa. How many task forces zimeletwa mbele na hatujaiona any change. Ujue saa hii the reason Wakenya wamekasirika si juu hataki kulipa tax, ni juu hawafurahi venye tax yao inatumika. And again, the problem is bigger than we think. The whole regime iko na shida. Like ukiangalia hata the percentage of tax yenye inatumika kulipa debt, sasa tumefika 70%. Time ya Uhuru tulikuwa 50. Before that tulikuwa 17. So we can all see that tunaelekea juu, kwani tutaenda 80 then mere like we don't have a country. Yani tunaelekea pabaya. That's why like hii kitu inahitaji agency ingine hatari sana. The moment umetuma two leaders wawili, utasikia sijui discussion imekuja, suggestions sijui are taking 2 years, kidogo kidogo tumeingia kwa election, na hao wase wameshaka nje, wamekuwa part of the corrupt system. Okay, I strongly feel that ile very effective way sahi ni kudeal na regime yote. Na now that it is clear that kama waseka kina Raila, they are just there for their self interests, so tukiwa bring down wote, like itakuwa a solution a greater mile. Juu tunajua vizuri the reason tuko hapa economically ni juu ya corruption, like loans zenye zinachukuliwa zinakuwa pocketed by people, na hiyo ni kitu mtu kaa Ruto hawezi kubali to investigate basically, na wenzake wengi au masiasa wenye wameenda home wote wako kwa hiyo mix, Raila kwa hiyo mix. So hiyo kitu tukianza kuiform amicably, yes we can get some few solutions kidogo kidogo, but the main solution ya get our country in the right kwa ngumu sana ku solve, like kama hatuta bring down the whole regime. Okay, now suggestion yangu ni rahisi sana tu, like tukienda kwa streets, the difference to if we manage to wake up early, just that. Okay, most of the time unapatanga demonstrations zinaanzanga kitu saa 5 saa 6, hapo ndio polisi wanaanza kupushana na wase. So by saa 8 watu wengine wako sure kama hii kitu itakuwa successful, but if like tukikuwa na the next campaign tunataka maybe kuoccupy somewhere ama tunataka kutokea, remember hata tunaweza kuwa tuna agitate, tunaweza kuwa tuna bring forward story ya justice for the fallen soldiers, juu bado hawajapata justice, bado tunajua vizuri hawajapata justice, nobody has been jailed. That is enough reason ya kutokea strongly kwa streets. Tukiwa na hizo mbili tu, jail the corrupt au wasi corrupt, to list a few pale, and then justice for fallen soldiers, hiyo ni good reason ya kutokea. And then tukitokea tu mapema, ati tujue saa 2 hivi CBD iko na wasika dhao wenye wameketi pale chini. Mi nikiona hiyo kitu already, mi nitatoka kwangu saa nikielekea hapo. By saa 5 hivi tutakuwa tumetake over by the, and it's possible because so many countries unasikianga of the so many revolutions, I don't have to mention it. So mimi point yangu ni game changer ya kwenda kwa street inaweza kuwa kutokea mapema. And then ni poa kusova mikable ni poa kuleta, because we always have like the likes of Kasmuel wenye anaendanga kwa media. Akina Ruto anasikianga hizo story the same way venye nimesema, tuko na au ma auditor already, kuna reports zenye ziko ready, it's upon them to act. We don't have to present them some nini ndio wa act. Kama wanataka kuact wata act, as you saw wali act. Alitoa hiyo finance bill aya, the same way alifanya cabinet, hakuna wase waliketi chini na yeye. So kama ni kuact anaweza act, but the fact is kwenda kwa ground sisi wote in a very very strong movement, hiyo ndo kitu inaweza change hii regime na turudishe nation in its right direction. Juu before tumekuwa na so many discussions, wase wengi wametokea, tukachagua kina Jagwa huku tukidhani wataongea fiti, wanaenda wanakuwa part, which is not the best way. So bado tukileta tu msee atatokea tu pale akiwa ati sijui ndio Raila wetu, kumbe huyo msee atakuja kidogo kidogo na actually atakuwa overpowered because akiketi kwa board na watu wengine 15 wenye ni corrupt, sauti yake ni moja bro, hakuna venye itawai hatutawai achieve. So the people in this space wenye bado wanaamini kwenda street ni possible na bado kwenda kwa street inaweza komboa hii nchi, msi lose hope. We just know that in the next posters we are making, make sure point ya kutoka mapema manzi, hiyo kitu itakuwa game changer na utapata tu itakuwa easy kufanya like other nations did. Thank you so much.
So Blue Sam, kitu nimesikia ukisema
yes,
kutoka mapema,
yes,
mko na points zile mnataka kudiscuss na gava kwa posters, si ndio?
Yes.
Hizo vitu zote unaona venye umesema kumekuwa na, unaona venye umesema kumekuwa na commissions mingi na hakuna kitu ufanywa. Let me surprise.
Yes.
Vitu ufanywa ni venye zile vitu ufanywa zinafanyangwa kwa interest ya wase wale walikuwa kwa negotiation kwa ya table ya kunegotiate. So kuna changes happen, lakini it is for the fewer, not for the many, si ndio? So
exactly.
This is good, and where we want to get to is where the changes are for the many, not the few, si ndio?
I see. Yes.
Good. So let me correct your one thing. Hatujasema mwache kwenda kwa street, mnajitetea kitu poa sana. Kitu tunasema ni change style. Okay?
Yes.
Na naona speakers ni wengi, nita accept kadhaa, naona wase wengi sana. So kuna wase interdrop ndio ni accept wengine. So I like that your solution based. So mu agree mu change style, lakini la tunataka mjiulize, okay, hizi ideas zote Juarez atakuja anze kusoma. Huyu anataka tuachilie Odhis hapo jela gani? Uhuru. Huyu naye anasema Wanjiku hapo Kenyatta Hospital, nitasotio bill. So mnanidu atachukua hizo vitu zote ende nazo kwa table. Kweli murongo.
Okay, now I'm telling you.
By the way, kidogo.
Yes.
Na sisemi mtu memsende kwa table permanently. Mnaweza mtuma adelive vitu zenyu na atoke. Sawa?
Yes.
Kazi yao msili kwa tuko geni. So that
but now
your needs kidogo, so that the things you are fighting for begin to get a structure. Are you getting?
I'm getting you, but
thank you.
Okay. Can I talk?
Talk, then we allow 2 minutes then to do. Nataka mseyang naona Mr. Political. Ama
okay.
Mtu mwingine tu.
Okay, now you see, hiyo nini ya kutuma msena paper. Number 1, the media
paper
is there.
Paper ni figurative wangu.
Okay.
Mnataka tu mtu atawa represent. But go on.
Okay, can you mute please kama naongea? So what I'm saying is hiyo story ya kutuma msena paper kuwa point mse moja, hiyo ni kama kusema turudi venye Raila alikuwa na negotiate the previous so many times, yet hajaipata anything sorted cause alikuwa naeko kwa mfuko. And again, okay, it's not that necessary kukuwa na mse pale mmoja, because tumeona tukiachieve kureject finance bill, yet hakuna mse mwenye alienda pale mmoja. Tulienda kama group, and the same way tutaenda
kidogo. Let me cut kidogo. Media. Blue Sam, nataka uchukue finance bill ili kuweka kitu inaitwa eco levy on manufactured unaona hizi mafuta manufactured akina fresh fry na postman na nini, do you know zote zilipanda? Finance bill ilikuwa na fuel levy. Do you know fuel levy ili affect eco? finance bill ilikuwa inafaa ku raise 346 billion. Sasa tutomba 1 billion. Okay? So mnaweza kwa mkisema
Yes.
finance bill ilianguka, yes, but bado inaimplementiwa. So yes, you won.
Okay.
Figuratively, you won the war, but you lost the battle. I need
Okay,
you to
by
win
the I
both the
get.
war and the battle.
I get. Na ndio maana nikaanza kwa kusema we don't have a country here. This is a joke. Like, yani that's why tuna need to get rid of the whole regime cause tutapeleka wasee pale wakuje tu pale na list wasome vitu but in reality tunabeba upala. Na the fact is the issues zenye tuko nazo ziko kwa reports kadhaa. Auditor General ana release wasi kwa media kwa TV wanaongeanga na inasikika na bado tunaongeanga kwa social media. So our main problem is to get the country in the right direction, and the only way to do that is to get rid of the whole regime. And now for hizi vitu zingine like idea tuko nazo ni relevance to like tuko na placards pale ama tuko na posters pale zenye zinasema justice for the fallen soldiers, but tunajua that is an idea, but tuko na the main agenda. As you heard by the way, finance bill ilikuwa tu trigger, but the fact ukweli ni eti the country is headed in the wrong direction.
Sawa, Bluesam, I have heard you. Wacha tupenzi
Okay, allow me
mic.
to
Kidogo, nothing.
interject.
We were working with a structure.
I want to
Kidogo to
respond.
a minute, and then I'll give you. Bluesam, I've heard you. And I want all you Gen Zs here, I want you to go and look at the history of Wangari Maathai. Si alikuwa na fight tu kitu mnafaitia. But ndio change ikuje. Unaona time Maathai alikuwa anapigania, I think Muite was in jail. Muite alikuwa jela. There was someone in prison. Na kuna wase wengi sana walikuwa husi. So ndio Aget Moi kuachilia au prisoners au walikuwa Nyayo House ndio alienda Uhuru Park. Wakati walimit na Moi, she tabled her grievances. So Moi did something called a swap. It was a give and take. I'll release D and you will do ABCD. Are you getting? Any negotiation is give and take, but you need to be on the table. Okay, nothing. Before you respond, so that you respond to a couple of things, okay? Let's allow Mishi, unmute yourself, then Usemi.
Okay, hi. I just want to run back a few things, and one of them is this thing about Raila and Kalonzo taking up this whole ending up being the ones who have won this battle. The thing is, it doesn't matter who he talks to, whether he puts himself in a place where he feels that he'll address us on behalf of Gen Zs or he'll address the government. It doesn't matter because no one is listening to him. Number one, he can prop himself up on that pillow and it doesn't matter anymore because we are not listening to him. Gen Zs. Let's start from Gen Zs. Gen Zs were fed up. They have seen what has happened from their parents to their siblings. They watched this government crumble. And we're saying that Gen Zs haven't said what they wanted, but they have. They've said they want Ruto out, number one. Number two, they've said they want corrupt politicians out. Number three, they're saying they have already said what they want, but they're not going to, they haven't been heard. So if you're saying that there's no clear direction, there are certain things that need to be changed, that's a fact, but they have already said what they need, what their key issues are. And another thing is, fine, why are we sticking to this Gen Z thing? This thing doesn't just affect Gen Zs, this affects all of us. We're still having people who, the people who want to go on the streets, let them go and let them keep going. Because you see, we can't all go to the streets. There are people who are gifted in different areas. There are people who can speak. Okay, we've been called to dialogue. Where? Which space? Okay, fine. Ignore the space part. But tell us. We will be meeting here, Gen Zs. We will be taking minutes to address your issues. Call us, fine. You've called us for dialogue. Where? Tell us the time and the place. Let us show up. Let us actually address this, because we're still in a space where people are still feeling like hata nikiongea, it won't change anything, and that's where we're stuck. And then people are
Mishi, I mean, sorry, I've interjected. You can't say you're in the same place yet. We don't have a cabinet because of what you've done. And those are strides you need to celebrate. Okay?
Yes,
I'm not denying that. I'm not doing that. What you haven't understood. What I've said is, no, David said people are losing hope. That's why we're seeing the numbers going down on the streets. But that doesn't
How
mean
do you keep
even
the
the
hope
people.
alive?
That's what I'm saying. We're now here, we're on spaces and we're all discussing these things. But you see, one thing that is the problem is we're all expecting someone else to do it. We're all saying, okay, Gen Zs, you do this. Okay, oh, you guys, let's do this. No, why should it be other people? Like, fine, stand up and say, I will do it myself because I can see you guys are falling short in this area. Let me stand up and do it for you. We are faceless because anybody can take up the space. Anybody can stand up and say, okay, I have the issue today and I will speak it. Why are we expecting someone else to say it? Or why are we expecting it to be a Gen Z person to say, oh, the Gen Zs are falling short in this area?
I'm agreeing with you. Do you see what Andrew Kibe is doing? Do you see what Kibe has done? He has given your voice a platform. True?
Exactly.
Now, someone on the group said that yesterday a space was opened in Elgeyo Marakwet where the governor was in that space. Okay? So what are we doing? And I keep on saying, I know nothing is itching to talk, and I'll give once you finish, we can allow her. What you're doing is correct, and you are beginning to bear some fruits, okay? Because it has moved from a space to counties, okay? So there is progress. Now, how do we structure this progress to get to the heart that really changes the nation? Do you know where the heart of the nation is? It's in the cabinet. It is in the cabinet, and it is in how we shall vote in the next election, okay? Those are the progress. That is what you guys have achieved.
I agree with that. And I agree with that because right now, yes, it's what we've achieved. And even moving forward, right now, at least we can see clearly if nothing changes, one thing we can see is the voting pattern moving forward. Because now everybody has awoken to the fact that we can't keep electing people who will just give us stories or people who are not qualified. Because moving forward, and I think that's why the cabinet should be shook if they're not shook by now, is because we're not going to tolerate any of their silly politics anymore. We really actually want people who are in place, who actually know our issues, and people who are actually educated enough or educated enough about the issue to handle the issue.
Mishi, how do we get that cabinet? I feel you guys have an opportunity to help shape the new cabinet. What I feel, and I'll tell you this, Gen Z started this. Kibe is not a Gen Z. He's not even a millennial. I am just guessing. But he's connecting with you, okay? So how do we take all these voices and help change the narrative or shape the narrative of the Kenya we want? So how do we end up with this cabinet that we want? How do we get your voice, Navin's voice, Mariam's voice, Bluesam's voice to participate in the cabinet that forms the policies, the structure of how we live our everyday life? How do we pick that cabinet? That should be that should be the next conversation we are having. True or not true?
True. That's true.
Good. Now, Mariam, I'm not cutting you short. I want us to have a mixture, a boiling point of ideas. So I want to give Meg. You guys have the most brilliant names. Meg. Blossom, just a minute. Meg, unmute yourself. Then you give us your points. Then we'll come to Jem and Simon. Meg, is it Meg or Make? Unmute yourself, Uonge.
Makena.
McKenna, I think he's talking to you. Are you there?
It's Make. It's not McKenna. It's Make. McKenna. McKenna, are you there, bro? We're waiting for you, Make. He's in his feelings. So maybe Mariam, you go ahead.
No, wait. One person can go ahead first because Anthony here is really confusing me. I'm a scatterbrain right now.
Okay.
Okay, Jem.
I think I'll go ahead.
Jem.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. You know, I want to, Bluesman, I'm right there with you. Like, I feel like on the same wavelength. I was watching the Explainer on Tuesday, and Yvonne was asking the panel. I think you remember, Kasma was there, and Wanjira was there, and she asked them what is next, and that seems to be the theme of the conversation today. And what I thought was good question, but is it fair? I feel like what the questions you're raising, Anthony, it's a good question, but I feel like the effect is it's staggering the movement. Right now we have a kinetic energy, and the character of this protest from the get-go, it's been disorganized, and yet we've been able to achieve whatever we've been able to achieve. If someone left their home to go for the protest, it wasn't because it was a call to action. It's because I went to my parent, I asked them for money to go somewhere, and they couldn't afford it. Why? Because of the fiscal policies that are punishing them. We can't all sit at the table, and I personally, I feel like it's unfair to demand that of the youth, because even if a kid complains that in their house the father is abusive, the mother is drinking, and they've not eaten, we will not now ask the kid, so how do you want this house to be managed? There are structures. Good governance is governed by structures. We have no faith in these people that are governing our country right now. So the government will survive. What we're saying is, the people that are in those seats, let them sit down. I'll also go back to a speech that Shaila made a couple of years ago, I think when he was Prime Minister. I can't remember the exact date. And he talked about puppeteers that mislead and derail the political agendas. So these politicians, they start clean, they start genuine, and then the puppeteers push for their own agendas. Personally, with the moves that this administration has been making, I believe that the government is crying for help. Maybe they're being misrailed or derailed. We've talked about the IMF. These are not secrets. And what we're doing as Kenyans is not unique as well. Yesterday I was watching Dirty Money, and I was looking at the story of Malaysia. People went to the streets, they applied pressure. I think the train of thought that we should follow is, maybe we cannot go with radical conversations such as Ruto must go. Okay. But is it time yet to move to now choosing cabinet, choosing presidents? Personally, I don't think so. I think what we should focus on is unearthing, and let's say, hold on, wait a minute. Have the people been held accountable for the crimes that they've committed? What else must we unearth? And in that pressure, let the cracks start. We've already seen them, the pressure, what it's doing, even in those lines. The pressure that people are being thrown under the bus. Let us continue applying pressure. And before we get to the second floor and start removing skeletons in other wardrobes, let them do the right thing. It's so funny that now the young people are telling the government, follow the law. That's ridiculous. It's despicable. Now saying, let's have a conversation, we'll stagger that kinetic energy. Personally, those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Jim, you've raised some heavy points, valid points, that you're saying it's sad that today young people are telling the government what to do. I want to give you something to ponder about. When Shikuku started agitating for repeal of Section 2, he was a Gen Z of that time. So the movement, this discourse you're seeing has always been driven by the young. But I like what you're saying, that can we start dissecting this thing in terms of, if the discussion, if I'm saying what you mean, just give me a thumbs up. If the discussion is whether money was borrowed but it was not used, if it was stolen, tell us. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm saying, let's continue unraveling those knots.
Makes sense.
Before we start
Mariam.
Yeah, before we start. Okay. Yeah, before we start moving forward. And actually, just to add on to to that, it's so funny that we're raising these questions because I've been in session for class since the beginning. I call it classes spaces. And at the beginning, there were two speakers stood out to me. One guy came, I don't remember his name, and he was talking about these applications and platforms where information will be channeled towards. And I think that has been raised again today. Another girl came and she talked about data. I think data, just to add on to, when you're thinking about strategies and structures, is our best weapon. Whether he continues for a second term is beside the point, but the information must be collected for history's sake. Thank you.
Okay. Then I think, Mariam, if you've brought your thoughts together, you can jump in.
Hi, Anthony. I'm curious to know, just from your opinion, what are we agitating for right now?
We are agitating for a better Kenya. I've heard corruption is high on the list. Accountability is high on the list. Those two, to me, are primary, followed by employment. And I think lastly is that came out really strong is we need to restructure government to make it smaller.
Okay, that's I'm on that. I'm also on the same page. So, according to you, what's the solution? Is it are we going through policies, or are we going through through changing the whole government? Which direction are you looking at?
I think we need to change to both of them, policy and government. But for you to change policy, you need to change a big chunk of government. So the $1 million question is, how do we change government? Everyone you're seeing today in that space called leadership, from the president to the cabinet secretaries, they did not stumble to that position. They planned for it. So what I would be saying for us we need to do is we need to plan for the Kenya we know the Kenya we want. What I feel we lack is how do we get to the Kenya we want? So we get to the Kenya we want by changing the Kenya that we are currently in a surgical way. The way you cut one layer of skin by another layer of skin. And I said before you came in, I don't know whether you heard me, that the first thing we should have jumped on is the IBC. Once we're in the IBC, we say, hey, by the way, as we sit here, Mr. President, because by that time you report to him. When we are here, we, the Gen Zs, feel we are not getting IDs on time because we need to do some things with our IDs. Then from there, push and say, as you pick your cabinet, which you dropped because we said we felt it was not competent, we also want our votes represented in that cabinet. There was already here Fatma who said, IBC, there are 2 slots that are given to the public. We should have pushed for those slots to be us. Now, when it comes to cabinet, we should have also said, as you pick this cabinet, I am sure you guys, there's a 30-year-old who knows very good things about policy making. Let that person be in cabinet. So that we start changing the government in a surgical way. It's called the onion peel approach. In a surgical way. As we warm up to 2027. Because let me be very honest with you guys. No one wants to say this, but recalling a member of parliament is difficult, close to impossible. Recalling a president with the current constitution is impossible. We can only plan. We have to play the long game. We are trying to play the short game. We have to play the long game. That's how I feel change will come. I am happy Fatma is back, but that's what I feel is it. But before I yield, I would suggest we hear. I looked. It's Mariam. Are you?
Just asked for clarity because you see what I've noticed is that many of the people who are involved in this movement, when you ask them the what next question, for example, when you want to change the cabinet, what next, they don't have an answer to that question. They still want to rely on the same president to appoint another cabinet. when you talk about ejecting the president from that seat, then you're asked what next, then you don't have the answer to the what next. It's very complicated. And I think that that's why you're finding even the normal mwananchi who is 100% behind the movement and they 100% have the same sentiments that you have when it comes to change. They're getting confused because they realize that this is a vehicle that is moving without a driver. It gets very, very complicated to get into that vehicle because kuna destination, unaona. So the next thing would be, even as you're talking about changing the whole government, man, I've been really scratching my head over this, what do we say, strategy, yes. The spaces we are holding and the plans we're making, and when you say that we are going to do this and we're going to do that, we are doing it in the open, which is acceptable because that's the only way it can be done. That's the only way you can reach to the masses. But swali yangu ni, is it really possible to make such plans in front of your enemy? Because what I see is just them checkmating us all the time. That's what I just see. Even now, whether we like it or not, polisi wametufinya leo. That is reality. Leo mumefinywa proper, you cannot even move you can't even go to town because they checkmated you. They hear everything you're talking about. They have you guys, there's no strategy, no nothing, because you're literally planning in front of your enemy, and your enemy is of course going to make plans before you get there. So what do you call them? There's a word for that. You come back, recommendations. Yes, you come up with recommendations and then you get to the table and then you discuss with the president or whoever you need to discuss with on what you recommend would work for Kenya moving forward. But that is not happening because of trust issues. You not only don't trust the government, you even don't trust each other. We don't trust each other. So that's, again, another very complicated aspect of this movement. So, Anthony, yeah. Hey.
Okay, madam, I think I get your question. Nimekushika. I think I answer, then you come in, or I'll ni Bluesman. So let me answer. Bluesman. Okay, Bluesman. Sorry, forgive me. Now let me answer, Maria. You see, and I'm happy umesema we are planning and they are listening and they can always counter us. Let me tell you the one thing you can never counter, Maria. It's an agitation of voices speaking in one tone, in one singular voice. Do you know why the finance bill dropped? Because we were all in unison speaking against the finance bill. Where I feel we lost momentum is Atukutua went to transition from the street to the table, which is where we are trying now to get. We are trying to get to the table. We still have a window. There's a carray of hope. Why? Because social spaces are still happening. And if people realize that wamefinywa kwenda town, they'll say, let's go back to how we began. We have planned. Let's go to a social space again and now agitate with a plan. Because before we came out leaderless, planless, and everything less. So much so that we were also planless. Now, Mariam, your hand is up.
Yes,
okay, let me just say.
And I won't even speak after this because I know you have many people who are waiting to speak. But I wanted to mention something regarding the finance bill. That's a very, very perfect example you're using, that we all are moving with one voice. We all had one agenda and we had so many people who are behind this agenda. Now, the danger of not having a person, a leader, or a person who is advising on strategy is that we were not able to have the foresight, kuona that there was a budget that was already on the table, and number two, we had no way of shooting the president down from taking a loan when he considered the tax. So you see, that for me is like jumping from the frying pan to fire, and this is the danger of moving in a mob without having a driver. Unaelewa? Because Antonia, that me, I don't see it as a win. Let me not lie to you. Like in retrospect, I don't see it as a win. Because tungekuwa na dereva pale angetuambia, unajua nini? Kulikuwa na bill ingine hapa yenye bado ishaikwa kwa table inafaa kufanywa review. this budget, things need to be literally legally scrapped off of this budget, because if you don't do that, it means that you will still pay for this money 10 years down the line, because it's going to take a loan. Simple. So, Anthony, that is
Okay,
the
Mariam.
danger of a vehicle moving without a driver. That's what I wanted to just say. And again, and for every Gen Z who is here, and when you're asked what next, you get offended, please don't get offended, because it's very important for you to be able to respond to that what next. Yeah, thank you, Anthony.
You see, Mariam, and that's why I'm saying there's a sliver of hope. Anytime a formation is coming up, there's always a leader who's kicked out because he doesn't have muscle. What is the muscle of a leader? It's people. Raila Odinga is in that table today because he commands close to 6 million votes. The reason they find it easier, and let me tell you right now, there's a leader somewhere scampering of how do I counter the Gen Z. And even if he's hearing me, I'll tell you the truth. Once you get him to the table, you can tell him, Mister, we all want to go to Canaan, you included. Now we are going to Canaan together. You know, we must agree as a movement that we need to form synergy and partnerships. Julius Malema thought he could take over South Africa with EFF. You know, to hell with Jacob Zuma, to hell with this other guy who runs the White Party. Jacob Zuma kept quiet, came back, wiped the floor with Julius Malema. Today, he's the second biggest party. But do you know what Zambo Mbeki did? He partnered with the white guy. That's why I'm telling Gen Zs today. I might be the devil's advocate. I might be saying what you don't want to hear, like when you asked what next and you get angry. I'm a millennial myself. But Kibe is here, and Mariam has asked a very good question. How do we get back into the momentum? You see, among us, the followers of Kibe, there's a politician who in there who wants relevance. And we are the relevance he can get. It's us. It's the 1,000 people here. That is what Tony Gashoka is doing. He's trying to get relevance. Tony Gashoka wants to go and say, hey, Mr. Agwambo, do you see me on Spaces? Do you know a commander follow me? Now, all we need to do is identify our Trojan horse. Now, yes, even if they know, they don't know who we shall have picked. But until we get back and realize Ruto became president, Uhuru became president, Kibaki became president, Daniel Toroitich arap Moi became president, Jomo Kenyatta became president, because at one point they realized fighting with brute force will always lose to someone who's fighting you with his mind, with his brains. And what did they do? They looked for an opportunity in a person. Moi saw the opportunity, Kenyatta saw the opportunity in Moi and joined with Kadu. That's how he ended up getting the Kalendins. Okay? We need to identify who, among us, the people, and I'll use Kibe again because he's here, and anyone here who has a leader, who has a toe inside government, we take that toe of his and push ourselves in. You know, have you ever heard this thing of the Arab and the camel? We push ourselves in and say, now there's one of you and 7 million of us. You've brought us to Canaan. You are Moses. You've seen the promised land, but you not get in. So your work is done. Hongera kwako. Now we move forward. Because even if we saw Canaan, he got some gains. But we need a Moses. We need to figure it out. We need a Moses, man. If Kiba is that Moses who has that guy on us, who's yearning for, he's the one who has the stick that will separate the Red Sea for us. If you do not identify a Moses very quickly, you will realize that the president has a multitude of Mandamano people called the GSU, the Kenya Police, the Kenya Army, the Navy, and very soon, plus hired goons, they will turn on us. And people will get fatigued. Guys, you have a wonderful movement. Those are my submissions. I'm seeing so many hands up. I think I've said something wrong.
Anthony, no, Anthony, and I'd like McKenna is finally here. This is something that I was talking to Kibe about. I think, was it yesterday or the day before? Before yesterday. You know, itafika point whereby, Anthony, you must have a group of like-minded people. So this we thing, we, who is we? Because at the end of the day, if you're relying on these other people to be on the same page with you, it's not going to happen. That's what I was telling Kibe, that, you know, it's good to come up with what you think is your, I don't want to call it agenda, but things that you think need to be pushed to the government for them to change. Because kitu umesema ya ukweli sana hapa na ni kitu yenye watu wengi wanakataa kukubali, is that kuondoa MP ama president kwa kiti ni kitu ingine ita take another 3 years whether we like it or not. It's a process that is not going to be that easy. So it will be very important, Anthony, at some point for like-minded people to come together, okay, and form a group or a movement or a faction that will actually push for change with a leader, with a driver on that seat. So thank you, Anthony. That makes a lot of sense.
Actually, let me tell you something, Mariam. You see, those like-minded people you're talking about are in this space. We started this space in the morning. It's 4 p.m. We've spent a day on one platform because we agree with each other. So what we simply need to do is say, if Kibe is the host, we're in his house. Kibe, look for someone who you can get out. You know, if Kibe was able to trace Sonko, look for someone who you can host, who has a platform, and then we discuss these things now. Because we cannot be discussing amongst ourselves. We are not in government. We are not in the ministries. We are not in a state house. We are nowhere. We are simply floating around in this country called Kenya. So we need someone who can say, unajua ni aje, kesho nitawaletea msee fulani kwa hii group. So that we start gaining ground strategically. And very soon, we shall be 20,000 people, 30,000 people having a structured conversation. That's how we got here. That's how we dropped the finance bill. We were thousands of us in a structured manner with a common goal. And Kimozi, someone somewhere in Israel and whoever, were able to bring Kenyans around an idea. It shows you that Kenyans can rally behind an idea that is well structured, that is well planned, that has a conclusive endgame. That is what I'm asking for. And from where I sit, Mariam, Kibe, right now, no one here has the following he has. You know, if Kibe wanted to bring Sakade into this space, I'm sure he can. If Kibe wanted to bring in Murkomen, he can. Because I know what he's capable of. I keep on saying this because I know him. You know, I know the spaces and the background he has worked in. He knows these people. I don't want to take much. I'm seeing Fatuma's hand is up. And we are getting somewhere because the fact that people like Nothing, I think you need to change your handle. You know, when I say people like Nothing and me and Kibe and Mariam are all agreeing that we had a good movement, we had a good goal, but somewhere we lost our foot, and we acknowledge we lost our foot, and we are asking you out there, how do we get back so that we build the Kenya that we want? That is what I call progress. You know, the fact that someone is saying someone in the Regoa Marakwet, they had a space with their governor. So how do we have spaces with all governors? That is the Kenya we want. If we can't change the president, we can change how our governors view us. We can change how our MPs view us. These people have learned that leadership is you serve people. Anyway, guys, I don't want to preach, but I think I've made my point. Fatima, someone else can pick.
Okay, I'm speaking right now. So, what I was saying, okay, kuna mwenye aliuliza kama tuta make any progress, but there was this idea ya kusalimia waheshimiwa. Okay, not necessarily mambo ya violence, but making them know that we are aware of all the evil deeds that you do, and we won't condone that. Like, hiyo kitu, because ni kama kuna venye tulisalimia president, tukamwambia manze story ya kupea bibi yako an office na expenditure ingine kubwa atupendi, na kuna venye alisikia. So basically, as a whole hiyo story ya kusalimia waheshimiwa, like ku point out every day, it's already a progress yenye, na unajua tuta create hadi awareness to anyone who is vying, anajua vizuri anytime ata misbehave atajipata pabaya sana. Again, kwenda kwa table, I think now wacha tu nikupe idea now from now nikikuja side yako, though kuna venye siko hiyo side sana. Kuna venye jenzi walisema ukijitokeza kama leader wetu sisi hatukutambui, but kama utajitokeza sasa, that's me saying not them, kama utajitokeza kama ni kuongea, hold discussion in a public place, like venye mkidiscuss na hiyo prezo tunasikia, because amwendi pale kuongea ati kama umekuwa party ya hiyo nini, kama party ya hiyo genge yao. Okay, tunaweza ku appreciate hata kama atusemi wewe ni leader wetu, basically tunakuona na tunaona yenyewe una advocate. Kama ukidiscuss na upeleke idea yetu, na hiyo idea yetu iende mbele, na si eti not fooling us like they do, iende mbele na ilete some changes, of course tunaweza kupea kura basi. But kama unaenda pale, like you saw so many people walikuwa nasimama wanatoa speech ati we are the new leaders. Watu wanasema hiyo ni ufala, because tukifuatilia maybe these people ni marafiki wao wase, okay, wengine like they can't be trusted, wanataka maybe handshake like you saw. But kama uko genuine na wewe ni leader, maybe kama unataka maybe kusema now today I want to present the will of Gen Z, hata kama hatujasema tumeku appoint, but basically tutakunini utapata maybe kura zako, utapata inaitwa nini, relevance yako naturally tu. So venye tu unasikia tu wase wakisema leaders watajitokeza tu automatically, that is so natural. Yeah.
Can I say something?
Yes, you can.
I thank you for the opportunity. I told Kibe yesterday on text to hold his ground. It will definitely pay off. Finally, I'm persuaded by Anthony, though I think, like Mariam said, I think you're throwing that in too many directions, because when I joined in, I heard you say that we need direction on what next, okay? But I don't think the what next here is about it's not about having the governors on board. Whether they come hear you or they don't, most of those people are very selfish and they may not change anything. Again, allow me to say, the president might, at the same time, he has a crisis to deal with and a country to run. So what do we do in the meantime? Let's now align our ducks. We say, fine, we know the way forward, because it's not true that when people are asked what next, they don't know what next. People are afraid of taking responsibility. But in other forums, the clarity on where we want to go, the Kenya we want, is crystal clear. So about what next? That is what I was saying. The mess in agriculture, and I'm thinking, if we look too far behind, because this is not just President Ruto's mess, this is a mess of every sitting president, including Mwai Kibaki. So if we track backward too far, we might lose the course, because the end goal is to improve the governance in this nation. So because we have been looking at a different budget, including Kibaki, it was not that clean man you guys assume he is, and I think it comes with the office. But at least he did something. So where do we go from here? Let's agree. We can pick up, because it doesn't make sense to bring in, we're not trying to listen to governance. We are trying to change our politics and our governance to issue. Today, for this hours, let's talk about agriculture. Where the issues on agriculture? We highlight, in fact, allow me to ask a silly question. Is it possible to do PowerPoint presentation on this? Because for me, whatever I want to present, I have my PowerPoint from back, I think in 2020 during COVID. Now, we can decide, instead of asking someone, and I like that a lot of people are persuaded, let's talk about, we can decide Kibe can highlight, because he's the person we've chosen to trust with the guidance. In the meantime, we don't want governors on the table. If they come in, they come as listeners. We know what we want, they have failed us. So we can have, we can first decide, let's commit this period to put our ideas together. Then let's bring the president to the conversation. We said we have determined We want schools done in every place that
Nothing.
they can or land. Mhm.
I don't know. Are we still living in the imagination, or are we doing something here? I mean, what are we doing?
I thought I was.
No, because we're still in the imagination. We still. It's so easy to. So I feel us drifting back into our imagination, because now we're going back to thinking. I mean, to talking about things that we shall never ever do. And there's always I don't know whether it's just victimhood or what, but we always drift back, and we can discuss. You are right. Even you don't want to take responsibility. The guy I told go make that thing yesterday. I mean, you, clearly you know it's not coming. Nobody wants to take responsibility. And maybe just to ask guys open the door for you with the finance bill. I mean, what next should be you guys telling us what's next. But you guys are asking us what next, yes, but I mean, what do we know? We know nothing. We're just the muscle. So yeah, so I think we can retire that what next question to the Gen Z. Because if it indeed you really want to know what next, then you just shut the fuck up and wait for what's next. Unless you're creating what next, which is now the position I want us to be in. I want us to be in a position where we create the what next. We don't ask the questions of what next. We create it. This is the plan. This is the what next. Next, we're doing this and this and this. It's very interesting. Very interesting. I don't know whether McKenna, you're still here. Are you with us, McKenna?
Hey, Kibe, how are you?
I'm easy, bro.
I personally do not agree that having a dialogue with government or with politicians will work. Clearly, it's the politicians.
I think what next is let's then start discussing the solutions that we
Nothing.
want. We
Can you
can
hear
pick a
me?
sector
Can she
like
hear me?
education and
Nothing.
decide.
Nothing.
She can't
Nothing.
hear
You can't.
nothing.
Yes, Kibe.
Oh, you can't hear McKenna speaking, can you?
I sincerely apologize. No, I can't hear her. I apologize.
Oh,
I'm really sorry for that.
he was making his submission. So one of you has to drop. Nothing. Just drop off. Come back. Then I'll give you a chance to do your final submission. McKenna, go ahead and make your submission.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's clearly the politicians against have been in politics for a long time. They have stolen, they have committed crimes, they have committed injustice, and they are there to protect themselves. That's why they will never leave. Take their loot and to protect whatever crimes they've committed before. So they will gang up when they know that the people are now woke enough to hold them accountable. They will gang up, and obviously we can't beat them in their game. So when you're going to sit for a dialogue, you obviously have maybe opposition. We don't have opposition, but yes, Raila's side, Ruto's side, maybe 30%, 30% government, and 30% from the people. So obviously the politicians will have numbers, they will have the majority. And then once you agree that this is what they're going to do, then they will pretend to have listened, just the way Ruto came on spaces and said, I have listened to you, I'm going to do it. And he went and kept silent. So they will pretend to have listened. It's not like they don't know these issues, they already know. But they're not ready to. For example, accountability is not what they're talking about. Nobody's talking about we are going to be accountable going forward. They're avoiding that because they'll never be. Now, whatever we do, I think, unless we wait until 2027, we put the pressure, keep doing the pressure, putting the pressure in whichever way you can, which involves going to the streets, doing civil disobedience, anything that you can to put pressure on government to do a little that they can for the better of the country. Uh, and then now we need to work on us. Nobody's blaming us, but we need to blame ourselves as Kenyans. Now, most of those positions that Ruto gives, appointments that he makes, not only in national government, county governments, everywhere, most of the appointments are like rewarding people, either people who funded them or people who helped them campaign. So if someone funded you, it's very hard to hold him accountable because he's got his money to pay themselves back. So even when they are corrupt, you're quiet as a president or as a governor because they gave you money to campaign. Now, how can we change this? In Kenya, we have made our politics so expensive that some people see campaign period as a time to make money from politicians. Now, these politicians will have to go in, borrow money, or look for a way to fundraise, get sponsors to campaign. So a governor, for example, will spend 1 billion Kenyan shillings to campaign and get into that office. Their salaries will be about 1.2 million a month. So that's about maybe after tax, maybe around 10 million a month. For 5 years, it's just 50 million. But they have used 1,000 billion Kenyan shillings to campaign. Why? Because we need to call them on harambees here and there. Whenever someone dies, they have to come and contribute. You're building churches, they have to come and contribute. So when they get the salary is just 50 million. How are they going to get the other 950 million to get back what they spent when campaigning? So we either have to agree that we make an impact, go talk to someone, conduct civic education to everyone around you, our communities back in the village and everywhere, and tell people that it's our time now as Kenyans to be able to change the future politics. It's our time to fund politicians to vie for that office and let them not come give us money. Let's make it cheap that anyone can be a politician, anyone can be president, anyone can be a governor, people of integrity. But as long as we're going to make our politics so expensive, these politicians will always steal. They will find whichever way they can to steal and pay themselves back. Ruto, for example, Ruto might have spent over 1 trillion Kenyan shillings to campaign. He started his campaigns as soon as he was sworn in as deputy president. He was moving around the country, building churches and giving people money and doing this harambe and that and that and that. For almost 9 years, Ruto was in campaign mode and spending money, and he was flying. He was flying, was not driving wherever he went. So that's a lot of money that he spent. So sometimes we might be here complaining and blaming him, but we've also got a role to play. We put him there. We made it so expensive for him to be there. He has to appoint people close to him who funded him, or wherever that money came from. Could be Western countries putting in. It could be corporations putting in money. he has to pay them back. So as much as that's why he's not talking about accountability. That's why when you tell him Linturi is corrupt, we know there was fake fertilizer. He's in charge of the Ministry of Agriculture. He has to be held accountable. He will tell you that only the court can prove that, because maybe how much did Linturi agree with Ruto that he was going to spend to get him votes from the Meru community? Maybe 100 million plus. How is Linturi going to get that? So I feel like even if Ruto is not going to appoint these people back to the cabinet, he'll still appoint their people, because these people spent their money and energy to get Ruto where. And that's why they decided these positions even before Ruto became president. They had already agreed that Moses Wetangula, you'll be going to become a speaker. Alfred Mutua, I'll give you two ministry positions or one ministry position and maybe three ambassadorial positions. They all agreed. They negotiate. So it's a business for them. So let us make it our responsibility, like other countries, to contribute to political parties that we believe carry ideologies that are good for the country, contribute money and fund those politicians, so that when they get in there, if they don't deliver, they've got no one, or they don't owe no one money, or they don't owe any corporations money. They owe the Kenyan citizens, and that is service delivery. That's all I wanted to say, because we blame them all the time. We don't take time to look at ourselves and where we go wrong. So that culture of depending on politicians for handouts and a campaign period for time to make money, it has to change with us going forward. Thank you.
And McKenna, I wish to agree with you, but I can't agree with you because the culture cannot change. The culture will stay the same. The Gen Z don't have that. Listen to the point first before you beat me up. So the Gen Z have never been integrated into that culture. That's why they rejected it. When they encountered it, they were like, no, we are not part of this culture. So the people who are in that culture, and maybe this is one thing you guys have to come to that reality, that you have to leave all these people behind. There's no convincing them to go with you anywhere. Because that's what you guys are trying to do. You're trying to pick your mother up, your cousins up. You want to pick all these people up and tell them, hey, let's go to Canaan together. They are not coming with you. They already have Ruto and Raila. Even you, McKenna, you had Raila the other day, just that you just woke up the other day. Now you're busy beating us up here with the wisdom. But if it wasn't for Gen Z, McKenna is a Raila guy. It's always been black and white. Thank God for Gen Z. They've given us at least some gray and some balls to actually just be proud of wearing.
Our game. So it's the people that decide what tune politicians will play. So if the people feel like they associate with Raila, any politician that will come, for example, if you're in Luo Nyanza, if everyone is talking about Raila, so obviously you associate yourself with Raila for you to become anything. So the people have to change the game. If the game has changed now, it's not about tribe, then politicians will not subscribe to that tribe narrative. If it's about issues, it's the people that will tune that narrative to issues, and politicians will speak your language.
I Yeah, bro, I'm trying to tell you something here. I'm trying to tell you the politician, why you see Raila and Ruto rushing back to shags, rushing back to the ground. there's a whole new group of people, and this is now where you come in, McKenna. I don't know why you're stalling. There's a whole new group of leaders who are needed for the Gen Z movement. People who have never engaged in politics, have never voted, have never cared. They hear about Raila and Ruto like the way you talk about John Cena. You do it, you talk to the people in shags, they reject you. Because they're saying, hey, listen, we're a group of people who we don't need this 200 bob. I will never be caught dead in one of those rallies, because they know those rallies are for their mothers and their aunties. And not just those ones. They find those people illiterate. That's why they keep saying, we are not our parents, these illiterate people. We are not those illiterate people that you guys take advantage of, including pastors.
So in your opinion, the culture has already changed?
Do not go back to that old culture. Bro, there's a new culture here. So if you catch the culture, then it's automatic, the people are yours. For me. So this Gen Z movement is for all. Sulu, kuja unaitwa ukula ukali. And all of us would laugh, oh, you guys are eating ugali. You guys don't have chapati? Oh, chapati is for Christmas. God damn. Shit. What about rice? Do you guys do rice? uh, okay.
Opportunity that is available. Let's lay our hands on everything. If they want dialogue, let us give them dialogue. Remember, we are dealing with politicians and we have to outsmart them in their own game. So if they want dialogue, we give them dialogue. If they are sharing leaders, we also have to have our own leaders. If they say they and every opportunity, we have everything to lose. So we don't need to be afraid of them. We have the number. So let us take advantage of every opportunity. They want a dialogue, let us give them dialogue. Secondly, about leaders. We have to elect leaders all the way from the national level to the county level, to the sub-county level, to the constituency level, to the ward level. We need reporting. What is happening in every ward? What's happening in every constituency? What is happening in every sub-county? We need to know, so that we need also to involve the demonstrations. We need to have demonstrations at a specific constituency, not just at the national level. We have MPs. we have MCAs, we have senators. We need to have demonstrations at each level. Let us not just. Yes, we can have our own political movement, so that if we are going to call off some MPs, we can support our own Gen Z or our own member to become a member of parliament. So we have to target particularly the 2027, more especially the National Assembly. We can have majority of our members there. We can have our own political party. We can support our own people so that we enter into that government. And when we're in that government, it will be easier for us to change things when you have the majority in the government. Okay, finally, about the demonstrations. We have to continue with them, but now we have to change the objectives that we have. For example, we go to a dialogue. They don't agree to our terms. We have to demonstrate. If we want to be heard by the president, we go to his office. We demonstrate outside to his office. We tell him, we send our guys, you didn't listen to them, this is what we wanted. That is how we push. If it's the Supreme Court,
All right. Thank you, Simon.
Thank you, Simon.
Jean Lea Droge. And then I'll come to you for Tuma and Leroy and Maria. Maria.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Kibe, I think I was here last week, maybe 2 weeks ago or something like that. And I keep feeling like we're talking about the same thing, right? And everybody that's talking is saying we. And I keep shouting like, who is we, right? And I think people have to get it in their mind, like the tide has shifted, right? We have shifted, and we need to shift with that tide, right? And I feel like maybe, this movement, is good for the country, yes. But then I think we have to brand it, right? We, the Z movement, we, the whatever movement, right? Something movement, so that when we're talking about the we, there are some ideologies that are, associated with with the tide. The tide has shifted to good governance, right? The tide has shifted to accountability. The tide has shifted to whatever it is, this movement represents, right? Because yes, everybody's like, what's next? What's where? We need leaders, whatever. But all those elements are there. They just need to bubble up in a way that now everybody, when they're talking, because the movement or the we is the majority, I think, whatever this we is, right? But I think identifying and saying, then you're part of the movement that represents the future of this tide that we have shifted. But I think everybody needs to get in their mind, like, we have shifted the tide, the old stuff is done, right? Because the Gen Z, and I mentor a whole lot of them, right? They question everything. They are not in the mindset of like, we want to see you act the same way you're taking. We can get you as a leader, but what are your actions that pertain to your leadership, represent the tide, the shift of the tide, or the shift of old Kenya versus new Kenya now. And I keep saying this, and I think a lot of you here are alluding to this. Frame or be framed, right? If we're too amorphous, we are going to be framed. This movement, the new Kenya, right? So I think having like-mindedness, I think Miriam talked about that, and making sure we are not be framed, because you have to be at the table to not be framed. Otherwise, if you're not at the table, somebody is already defining your agenda. So there's a lot of conversations, but I think at some point these conversations now need to grasp some vehicle and have some sort of drivers and people of like-mindedness, and we can move along with this tide. But to me, I think the people that are talking about politicians and all that stuff, I think we have to all get into the mindset that the tide has shifted. How it's going to work, then I think that's where these conversations are coming in. So, that's just my 2 cents. Thanks.
Leroy, you've been very quiet. You have nothing to say?
Kibe, can I cause anything to say? I have a lot, but we need. I think we have the trophy that we need to, with Mr. and Mrs. We need to. Still now at 4. I found somebody saying we need to. We need to for 2 weeks. And what next? And Kibe, there was a statement that you made some days earlier. What next is a question. Is a question asked by people who are afraid of the future. Hey, but this what next? Everybody is asking about it. What next? And you said Gen Zs came up with this movement and gave they just opened the door with the finance bill. And you said the what next now should be on to the others. And let me tell you one thing, Kibe, about that. A lot of us Gen Zs, we were not raised responsible. We are not responsible a lot of the time. Our responsibility was mostly our parents. We are not ready to be responsible about anything. So, the responsibility part, Maria gave me thumbs down. That's the truth, I can tell you for sure. We are not raised responsible. So, yeah, we need to move away from the what next. Hey. Alafu, there is other thing that McKenna was saying. We need to understand also our politics as Africa, not even as Kenya. We have made it a career. Look at Raila. Look at Ruto. They started politicking at their 20s because politics in our society is the best shot at you getting rich. That's all that's what everybody aspires. You look at the way we praise our Mau Mau and everybody. A lot of these guys want to be that. And we turned our society made it like it's the biggest thing. Politicking is the biggest thing. And look at Babu. People, even Makura is starting now. Why, McKenna? These people are protecting it. It has been their career. They have to protect it at all cost. And the way Kibe is saying, the MO has changed now. So all you need to do is there is another way of operating that the Gen Zs are bringing, but these other people already want to protect that of their own way. So it's going to be a fight of this and that. But I think it's all about working together. We need to get
And then this is what McKenna. And then they came with this Simu ya Jamii, where it was like a mobile thing that was just somebody would set it up somewhere and you guys would line up wherever they set it up. And now that was the technology of the future, my guy. Ooh, what's the mobile phone came? Oh, we can never get better than a 3310. We couldn't get better than a 3310. Oh, nowadays we are thinking of Neuralink. So the whole idea here is like the old way of doing politics and the new way of doing politics. So the old way of doing politics is going to die with their old politicians and their old constituency. Because what you know as the village died out with them. So the politician will have nobody to go talk to that way because everything now is on the internet. So even right now, when we are thinking of bringing anybody to talk to, we are thinking of what? Bringing them to a platform like this one. There's no more going back to the ground. Who wants to go back to the ground? I want to be involved no matter where I am. My voice matters. It doesn't matter where I am. I can do it from anywhere. Isn't that what the diaspora has proved to us with this movement? When the diaspora sent money from everywhere and they were like, hey, whatever you guys need, just tell us. We got you. So the power of the movement is for it to remain here. It has to remain here where they don't have power. So if you move it from here and now you want to build something else out of it, then now that becomes their forte. That's why I told you guys, everything that we're discussing has to be here. It has to be planned here. It has to be executed here. Whether you kidney or indekni. Anyway, let's bring in who was coming next after that, after Leroy. I guess nobody. Right, so I'll have to pick Maria.
No, well, it's funny, but I was going to comment on Lira, and then I was like, maybe it's gonna just be a useless submission because Lira is one of the people who's so comfortable with the state of affairs in Kenya. You earlier, when you spoke about Robert Alai, I was wondering, when things were very hot, and especially when guys were doing the demos just before the breaking into parliament, there are very many, not many, there are few politicians who are on Gen Z side, as you mentioned earlier. Alai seemingly was on that side, Babu Wino, there was Sifuna, of course there's someone like Salasia. So my question to you is, and I remember everyone who tried to show their support for Gen Z was shot down by, we don't want any politician, we are leaderless, we don't want any politicians in this thing, My question, Kibe, is this. Do you think that at that point, these people were useful to the movement? Do you think that if at that point people embraced them, they would have been able to make quick progress towards the direction that they're agitating to head to? Or do you think that at some point these leaders, I'm just calling them leaders loosely at this point, they would have realized that they were also in danger. Their status quo was also in danger, and they would have dumped the movement midway.
So whoever was going to offer you the best possible way to survive, you were flowing with them. So it wasn't really about loyalty. It was just about who am I going to survive with. So the pressure was so much that everybody was scared. And everybody was like, hey, I'd rather go with the Gen Z and make my apologies later. I'm sure that's what Jalango is doing till today. He's probably still shining anaitwaje viatu za William Samoei Ruto. And hey, mkubwa, I will shine these shoes until you forgive me. I mean, that's what everybody did because the movement was that strong. It had nothing to do with you. We will give you structure or whatever. What structure are they bringing? If you think about it, these are system products. Think about someone like Babu Owino. Babu Owino, from the time he was in campus, he knew where he was going. He's a career politician. Same thing with Sifuna. These are career politicians. They go into campus knowing they want to be politicians. What are the way you go into campus not knowing what you want to be? These guys already know what they want to be. They're willing, their trajectory is that. I remember when I was interviewing Babu Owino and I tried to put him in a corner with the story of the revolution because he was the first person who talked about it. He said, this country is ripe for a revolution. And I asked him, oh, what type of revolution? He said, it can be any type of revolution. And he went down the list of revolutions and I was like, shit, I almost got you there. But these guys, their work is to politic. So when they get into a space, they will make that space their own so that one day they can deliver these people to their master. These people are like policemen. They are sent out in the morning, go collect as many people as you can, make sure you bring that shit to me. That's why when they go, who like hearing these funny, dirty stories, they say, hey, Moses Kuria, oka. I mean, it's a game, my guy. So these guys, if they came in, they would have just spoiled everything. So it was a good thing that they didn't. It was a good thing that it went the way it went, actually, if you ask me. All right. Thank you, Mariam, for your very, whenever Mariam asks you a question, you have to be very careful. I don't know what this bitch wants. See.
No, that's a very good. That's a very good response because I was going to ask you when you were interviewing Babu, did you feel that hunger in him that Ruto had for the presidency? Heading there, but what you said is very profound. Yeah, something to think about.
And I don't want you guys to think that these guys are losing sleep, thinking of how they'll make the country better. No, this is a career for them. It's a career just like wrestling, just like you, a career. Because even you, if you're baking, you're not in bed thinking of baking. This is just a career. These guys have an on and off switch. They switch on that guy who's supposed to give that speech to the people. That guy doesn't exist in the car. In the car, they're busy talking about other things. But as soon as that guy is needed, Okanake, even McKenna has that guy inside him. If you give McKenna 5 minutes just now, and you tell him, McKenna, say something to these people, he will switch on that guy. You'll see a politician in him immediately. So this is what I think the Gen Z have been able to read. And they can say, we can read through you. We can see your game. Because on this side, we know what clout looks like. Information that they can use. People in Sharks don't have this information. And they don't have time to even decipher that information. And most of this information, they'll even say it's a lie. And they forget that story. Anyway, where are we going? Maria, go ahead.
my final submissions, and then you can drop me. Today I'm gonna sleep happy because finally we talk with one voice, that now we agree this movement needs some form of legal recognition, so that we can engage formally with every other stakeholder that is dangling things on top of our heads that we're not really able to reach for. And it's good that we now agree that, kifua imetuleta this far, anger brought us this far, but it can't take us further than where we are. We need to change. For me, one, it looks like either we decide whether we're going to be do a political party, which in my opinion contradicts every reason I joined the movement and went to the streets, because I didn't do this for any political interest. I just did it on pure accountability and justice and the fight on corruption. The second thing we can do is decide whether we're going to do a CBO, that is a community-based organization. And an earlier speaker mentioned something about that. And it got me to thinking that once we have these small community CBOs, we can tap into these people that politicians like Raila na kina Murkomen are resorting to huko mashinani, wakienda wakisema si wanajua kura iko huko. They go talk to, they've started amassing followings already kwa ground. So once we have CBOs in our constituencies, in our wards, at least we'll get now you can go ahead and drop me. I love the conversation. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Kibe, thank you very much. This is the second time that you have hosted me, and I really appreciate. So, I would like just to talking about the CBO. The sister has just talked about. I don't know if, because right now of recognition, as I don't know how it's going to be, if it's going to be an official political formation, which is also very okay. But I would like us to also focus on the local units of administration, which is our counties. And I don't know if mine is just as a suggestion. If we are going to that table of negotiation with the leadership, because right now we have seen the price of any movement, any revolution, the casualties. Now that one we have to accept. But now moving forward, can we have where we can say that, because at this time we have actually we have a cloud, I mean we have a quorum. Can we say that we want something like a referendum to touch on the county governments, because we know where we have damage, a very big damage to our economy is the any taxpayer right now, because we are all affected, whether we are Gen Z or Gen X, we are all affected. Now, can we have a situation where we can say what we want now as the county governments to be structured in a way that the wanton wastage of our funds can be contained? Because emotive topic when it comes to county governments. Raila Odinga said that we need a radical surgery in a form of conversation as a country. But at the same time, we know that positions, because that is where we have a lot of corruption. Can he accept, because he has always had this tag that he's the one who brought the revolution. Okay, we give him credit for that. But can he accept our voice if we say that we want a radical change or a radical surgery in the county governments? Because that is where a lot have, if we say that we want reduction of these counties, or we want reduction of some of these offices in the counties, because that is where a lot of money goes, he should come on board and accept, so that together we can contain this, because the devolution is agenda, perhaps an agenda like touching especially the county governments, because at this point we have the goodwill of government and it is ready to listen. And if it is ready to listen, let us also have this agenda of ours as one of the things that we are going to be talking about. I don't know what they are prepared to talk about, the leadership of the Gen Z and this movement, but I would suggest that that one be part of it. That is my time. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Metros. Appreciate that. Yeah, mmesikia. Nani nataka kupatiana any other final submission? We've been here too long. Fatuma, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Kibi, and I'm glad you're back. I was in the spaces in the morning and then I left and I came back and we're still talking. My question to you is, when are we going to walk the talk? And I feel today we are heading in the right direction. We are asking ourselves the what next question, which we were so scared of. And my thoughts are aligned towards picking the low hanging fruits and having targets, weekly targets, and acting on those points. For instance, if the Gen Zs are not registered as voters, what can we do to register and register in masses? The 7 million voters, it will just be a talk if we don't register as voters and act on them. Recalling an MP is something that is literally impossible as per the constitution and also other laws that they have put in place, because they know their game and they know how to do this thing. For us, taking action, we have been on the streets, they have listened. We are still on the streets, but now we are a bit confused on even what we are demanding for as of now. So there are things that we need to do as SAP, and I mentioned this in the morning, I will repeat again. We need to have goals which are time framed. I know the Gen Zs might not want to hear this, but in short term, what can we do? In medium term, what can we do? In long term, what can we do? There are things we can achieve like as soon as yesterday, and there are things that need to wait. For instance, if you look at the IEBC commissioners, we need to demand for our positions.
to be commissioners. And this is doable because Ruto is already listening. And the fact that he's listening, if you make demands now, then you're going to get those positions. But my question to you, Kibe, and to the rest of the listeners is, who is going to take those positions if the Gen Zs are not ready to take us? The next thing for me is looking at how do we deal with these members. We can do social accountability. And to do social accountability, you don't need any training. Most of the projects which have been done on the ground, costs have been doubled, tripled, even in some cases. And if you do social accountability, is to go from, in those wards, in those manyatas, in those villages, and hold the members of parliament accountable, hold the governors accountable, hold the president accountable, hold the people who are going to be nominated to be ministers, the CSs accountable. But before even once the nomination is done, it's already over. So how do we push the young generation to be part of this leadership? The time is now, it's not tomorrow. And I feel if we sleep on the job now, others will step into our spaces. They will take over what is meant to be for us, what we fought for. And it's us who will lose because we've already lost a lot of young people. 50 is not a small number. And the ones who have disappeared are more. More and more dead bodies are being discovered every day, day in, day out. There is a lot of trauma. People have never seen death. Now they have seen. Now, how do we deal with this trauma? How do we deal with the families who have lost their own? Things are not the same. Life will not be the same for them. How do we deal with that? The movement cannot wait. The movement has to go on, but we need, like, to sit at the table at the same time be on the street. You cannot just be on the street and say we are leaderless, we are tribeless, we are partyless. That kind of conversation, I think, cannot hold water anymore. We need leadership, and this leadership has to be very clear. There are spaces that are available for us to step in, and we need to step up our game. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Fatuma. Thank you for coming through. I don't know whether nothing, KE, you have anything you want to say?
Maybe I'll start by thanking you again for giving us the opportunity to rethink. What she said is very true. We are very traumatized. We are wounded. We have been staggering or holding back because we were holding our cards to our chest, but we will present forward. I don't know whether it's possible to do PowerPoint. I will look into that, but we will come back with tangible. And again, I want to thank everyone who has cared to listen. I thank you immensely, Kibe, for what you're doing. Keep doing it. It will not be in vain in the end. Maybe, and this has been a culture, a lot of people forget, but be sure some of a lot of people are I believe we can move forward together. Apart from just complaining what is happening in the country, we can look into opportunities available for young people, even as we are agitating, and everyone else. Every Kenyan deserve an opportunity. As we are agitating, we will come back with information on, I think we need to look into this direction. I can make you a buck or two as we move forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you, nothing, KE. Mariam, do you have anything you want to say before I give it to Anthony?
Yeah, I think I'm looking forward to Less Talk, More Work. It's a challenge to you, Kibe. So,
Just one time. These guys are
Chosen.
huh?
Chosen. Some things don't have to be said. You just feel the vibration.
I feel the vibrations here. Anyway, Mariam, thank you, Mariam, for whatever. Hey, you've been saved by nothing, Ke. I swear. I was going to go. We just God bless. Oh, Anthony, I can't hear you. Can you drop off and come back quickly? So it is clear that there's a decision that has to be made today. It's very clear that we must make a decision today. Or rather, let me not say we must make a decision has to be made today. I think the first thing that we do is let's try that meeting again. Let's try that meeting one more time. Let's try that meeting one more time. I think that would be a better idea if we do the meeting. I'm trying to get, okay, I've removed you, Anthony, then try and come back quickly. You see. Yeah, so the idea here will be let's bring together everybody who we think at this juncture has had a voice that we can use. So let's bring all those people on a table somewhere. And now we can come up with an agenda from that point. So the agenda right now is to bring people together. Because without bringing people together, there's nothing we're doing. Even though you go say you want to register your own platform or your own whatever, all those things mean nothing unless people can agree to walk and work together. What do you think, James?
Yo, what's up? It's at least there are people who responded. So it's true. It's like we should be walking the talk. There's I've noticed there's a very big lack of, let's say, taking responsibility from people and lack of trust. So because of that, we've already engaged some guys to like have a virtual Kenya where we can keep pushing for it. And then from that perspective, if we are moving in one direction, we'll be able to make more progress. Like we'll be able, because huko mashinani kusema ukweli, what you're saying, like the narrative is not the same. Like a lot of education has to be done. And this education can't be done through social media only and just being here online. Like a lot of planning needs to be done. So let's shoot for that meeting again. Like let's shoot for it.
Thank you, James. Anthony, are you back?
Yeah, am I audible now?
You're good.
Good. Kibe, thank you for hosting the space. I think the take home movement way, something like Black Lives Matter. They are not a political party, but they have a very big sway on how the black voice in America is heard. then if we work, if we build our structure that way, because that way we shall be operating amongst ourselves. So there will be no, for me, I would go the movement way or the Mariam way, where she has, I think they have been called CO. What are they be called? Those, like, it's like an NGO thing. And then we see whether in that space that we shall be in, whether it's a movement or, because I think right now, for me, a movement is the best way, because Atul is not a registered party. He only represents a movement of workers. You get, but he has a say. KPDU is not a political party, but it represents workers. So can we think of forming or registering this Gen Z thing? Then within that, people we want, that we can be able to endorse, like they do it in the US. Firefighters have endorsed this person. That we shall be able to change this country into what we want without necessarily forming a political party. I think those are my parting shots for now.
Those are good ideas. Especially when you mentioned Atwoli, I was like, yeah, when you think about it, what has Atwoli been running this whole time? What is Kotu? Oliver Muyela Aswani, how are you?
Kibe. Fiti sana.
Niaje?
Mr.
Unasemaje bro? Hebu just changia hii story haraka haraka vile nimeona umeka mbio.
We need to be very clear what sort of Kenya do we want. And by now having conversation about and out of this referendum question, as we pitch and sell the referendum and push people to we probably will go into an election with a different themselves as space from that point. So first of all, you call this meeting that you're calling and say, what is it that we want or what is it that we don't want? Because it is two things. There's certain things that we want to happen. There's certain things that we want to stop happening. Against this, we say this will be our agenda, a referendum agenda. We push for that. Out of this, then you'll find people who are just now, the natural leaders will take shape. The political organizers will take shape. The political outfits will take shape. We'll now start identifying.
Nothing.
Allow me to ask, now that we have decided the direction we want to take, can we put in money to get this registration going? Because that's what even at school we've been doing when it was time to contribute money for the wounded. Responsibility on one person so that we move in a particular direction.
gentlemen? Anybody has thoughts? Like, hey. Ama mimi naongelesha Gen X peke yake.
Kibe, you are actually, but there, what you've said is the truth. You know, you enter a space with ladies where women are the major contributors, and they don't spew insults. You know, they have an agenda. They have not like a goal. They have a goal. What next? And I'm happy what you're saying is true. But now, just to go to what nothing has been saying, the reason guys were able to do a show, a concert in, was it Uhuru Park? That is now what we should be doing. Like what Kibe you were saying, it's time we start setting the agenda. You know, we have to learn to, when you're asking for a space that you have to get a permit for, you must use the right language. So we go and say, and the reason Mombasa was denied is because they were using Kifua. They didn't realize space ya Kifua imeisha. So someone goes and says, we want to have civic education. Someone will ask, what civic education do you want to have? We want to talk about this in an artistic way. You get, because Kibe, what we are saying here in this space makes a lot of sense. We are saying, how do we take civic education to mashinani? No one is going to fight you for taking civic education, but someone is going to fight game. Akina Jalango came to this space to play a game. I don't know whether they're in these spaces, but I'm going to say it regardless. It's time we also start playing the game. And it's a game of chess. That game, because we need to win. We at Kwezi have finished, Kibe. I will be repeating myself. Those are my submissions.
Close it up for us. Close it up for us. Let that be the last thing that we say today. I've said a lot of things, including Oliver. I've not talked to Oliver for I don't know how long, and he's here. Damn. Hii mnakaa imekugusa sana mno. Wanaume, wacha niwaambie kitu James before hata uongee, because hata nilikuwa nishashikwa na jazba. Let me tell you, so this is our homework today. By tomorrow, we should have a list of the people we are going with. We are going out of Egypt, and who are we taking? There has to be that list, because we can't wait for these people. Country now. So the first order of business, let's bring as many people who are of like mind as possible. Then the agenda will come from that grouping. Hapo ndio agenda itatoka. Direction pali hii kitu inaenda, everything will come from that grouping. And then once that grouping is there, make sure you do it. 3 300 people are enough. Bro, 300 people are enough to change a country. You don't need 3,000, 30,000. No, those are too many numbers. Who are all those people? 300 people who are thinking the same thing. Ooh, those numbers are dangerous. All right, James, are you ready?
Yeah, to add on to what you're saying and what Anto was saying, like with the strategies of playing the game and beating them at their own game as we set our own game. First, a question, this meeting of like minds, when is it being set for? And then also, concerts, road shows, campaigns. The people who plan campaigns for corporates are people who are just here. So it's the same minds, but with so many methods and budgets attached to that. And we can also have the unified account, which we're going to back it up with our finances. So I guess the question now becomes, when are we shooting for the next meeting? It was nice last time when you called for the meeting, Kasamuel showed up, and I'm seeing media really liking to call him. So just call him for the next meeting. I think we can also leverage on that airplay that he's getting. So when are we looking at to have the meeting?
Hmm. Tomorrow, Friday evening. Friday evening is a good time to. I don't know whether people go out. What do you guys do on Friday evenings? You go out to party or I know Oliver will be at home, so Friday evening works very well for him. Some of this responsibility off me. Let's get that list together. Let's also get as many people from TikTok and these other platforms as possible. Let's try have another meeting. Why not? If at first you don't succeed, try again. Let's shoot for tomorrow, same time, 8 p.m. at night. So we can have our morning show. Then kesho jioni, we can have now the show where all these people interspace meeting, inter-platform meeting, inter-socialite meeting, inter-influencer meeting. Nawaambia musikie vile nawaambia na musikie vizuri. The internet is a constituency on its own. These people do not have the pool for it. Okay? They don't. Are intruding into the internet, into this side of things. So now they're coming to intimidate us with this old way of doing things, because here they cannot stop us from saying what we want to say. They cannot stop us from posting what we want to post. Wakilemewa wanazima internet. So east side, Awana, they don't have this side. So we still have a lot of leverage. Do not go dying on me now. We still have a lot of leverage. They don't know how to operate on this side. And the first, you saw even someone like Dennis Itumbi. Dennis Itumbi was a beast on the internet. The moment he joined Gava, that beast died immediately. Immediately. That's what happens. So do not worry. We are still winning on this side, we are doing very well. Yeah, they don't know how to deal with us.
Ndio tufanye ile any speaker mwenye ameconfirm tunafanya poster yake atakuwa kwa hii space nini, like si unajua hizo marketing things.
Do it, man. If you're a designer, jump on this and talk to James. Ingia kwa inbox. Okay, let me inbox you, James. Is your inbox open?
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Kibe,
you.
As you're sending to James, I'm happy. James, welcome. I'm happy that sasa tunaanza kupita. Thank you.
Kabisa. That's how we have to do it. So we have to tag them on the posters. Whoever has been tagged, just tell them, hey, you just come and have a sit down. It's just a simple sit down. Hapa hakuna mdosi wa mtu, hakuna mtu ati leader. Hapana, mi naona tu mwanya, na hii mwanya inapotea tusipokaa chini tupige story, tuongee. We create that unified front because they cannot control this side of things. We decide what is hot and we can decide what is hot, what is not. We can decide we don't want this person on the internet. Na mtu atolewe. Tunaweza decide hii drink ni hot ama hii drink I make sense. The internet is where is our playground. So now you have to consider in the next elections for all countries around the world, they have to consider that this constituency now exists. This is a constituency that has never been talked to before, has never been marketed to before. The politician does not think that this constituency makes sense. Too much has been said. See you tomorrow.
On AndrewKibeRadio.live. Wake your punk ass up.